Tonight, we are going back centuries ago. We are stepping out of the sanitized safety of the modern world and into the mechanical chaos of a forgotten age. We are searching for people who were once the biological masters of Europe, a tribe that rose from the Baltic mist, marched across the silt of the East, and rhythmically dismantled the greatest empire the world had ever known. They were the Goths, the Teutons. To the Romans, they were a systemic threat. To us, they are a genetic ghost. Tonight, we aren't just reading boring records. We are performing a forensic autopsy on a lost identity. We are going to analyze the physics of their steel, the chemistry of their migrations, and the acoustic of their disappearance. The sound of a heavy metal gate slamming shut echoes in a deep, reverberating hall. How does a superpower, a people who sacked Rome and ruled Spain, simply vanish? Why does no one speak their tongue? Why is their skeletal legacy scattered from the Vistula to the Black Sea? The answer isn't in the archives. It's in the rhythm of the blood. It's in the mechanical resistance of their armor and the chemical signature of their graves. Tonight, we uncover the unexplained mystery of the lost Gothic tribes. To understand the unexplained mystery of the lost Gothic tribes, you must first confront the geological silence of their origin. In the modern world, we track migrations via digital manifests and satellite GPS. For the Goths, the Teutons, migration was a slow, biological seepage across the Baltic Sea. You are standing on the southern shores of the Baltic in the 1st century AD. The sensory transition is one of iron silt and pine resin. The air is biting, smelling of cold peat, smoked juniper, and the metallic tang of boggern. The first rhythm of the Gothic mystery is the physics of the overwintering. The Goths originated, according to tradition, in Skansa, modern Sweden. Their move to the Vistula River, modern Poland, was not a singular war charge, but a caloric necessity stretched over decades. This is the mechanical displacement of the population. As the northern solar yield, the ability of the land to produce crops, failed, the tribes flowed southward in a rhythmic generational pulse. This is the thermodynamics of the human migration. You feel the rhythmic slosh of the wheelbark culture pottery being dipped into the Vistula River. This is the acoustic of the sedimentary settlement. The second rhythm is the biology of the lost genetic signature. Despite their 500-year dominance over Europe, the Goths left almost no unique DNA cluster that survives as a distinct group today. This is the chemistry of the total integration. As they moved from the Baltic toward the Black Sea, they rhythmically absorbed the Vandal, Gepid, and Sarmatian populations they encountered. This is the physics of the genetic dilution. You see the rhythmic merging of bone structures in the wheelbark cemeteries. This is the acoustic of the biochemical erasure. Your modern brain searches for a Gothic gene, but finds only a pan-European mosaic. They did not die out in the traditional sense. They rhythmically dissolved into the host populations. The mechanical necessity of the stone circle de Ringar becomes a spatial rhythm. Unlike the later Vikings, the early Goths marked their path with rings of unhewn stone. This is the physics of the lithic monument. You feel the rhythmic heavy lift of the granite boulders as they are positioned in the Polish lowlands. This is the mechanical calibration of the sacred space. These circles rhythmically trace the Vistula route like a geological breadcrumb trail. This is the acoustic of the ancestral boundary. You realize that the Goth defined himself not by buildings, but by the rhythmic arrangement of the earth. The visual rhythm of the Scythian hybridization occurs as the tribes reach the Pontic steppe, modern Ukraine. The Goths discard their Baltic wool for the Sarmatian scale armor and heavy cavalry tactics. This is the mechanical evolution of the warrior. They rhythmically adopt the horse culture of the East. This is the biology of the equestrian shift. You see the rhythmic gallop of the Groith-Ungi, the East Goths. This is the acoustic of the thundering hoof. The Goth is no longer a woodland pedestrian. He is a centaur of the steppe. This is the chemistry of the cultural mutation. The mechanical reality of the Oyam, the land of plenty, is the psychological pivot. Gothic legend speaks of Oyam, a great marsh they had to cross to reach their destiny. This is the physics of the wetland barrier. Many rhythmically vanished into the Pripyat marshes. This is the chemistry of the anaerobic burial. You realize that the lost tribes are not just historical figures. They are biological inputs trapped in the silt and peat of Eastern Europe. This is the rhythm of the environmental attrition. Your modern identity, built on fixed heritage, collapses into this fluid, migratory chaos. The acoustic of the Gothic ghost is a faint, echoing hum. You hear the rhythm of the Gothic language. The gutty squitch has no modern descendant in the way English or German does. This is the acoustic of the linguistic extinction. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves becoming a shadow that moves through the bloodlines of Italy, Spain, and Russia without leaving a centralized name. This is the physics of the dispersal. Your modern brain, conditioned for data persistence, rebels against this total cultural evaporation. By the end of this hour of Gothic origins, you are vibrating with ancestral vertigo. You see the ship-formed grave circles fading into the Polish forest. You realize that the unexplained mystery is not where they went, but how they managed to become everyone else. Your modern body is a biological witness to a people who survived by erasing their own borders. You look at the Vistula, your eyes pulsing with the rhythm of the migratory flow, and you understand that the Goths claim their legacy through the slow, rhythmic disappearance of the self into the genetic reservoir of Europe. The acoustic of the Vistula wind is a high-frequency, desolate whistle. It carries the rhythm of the moving tribe. This is the acoustic of the constant transition. You understand that the Gothic mystery is rooted in the mechanical choice to never stay still. Your body is a kinetic vessel waiting for the next horizon. Your modern identity is too heavy for this fluid reality to survive a day as a Goth in the 3rd and 4th centuries. You must navigate the mechanical value of your own status. In the modern world, wealth is a digital pulse in a banking server. In the Gothic East, wealth is a molecular weight carried on the body. You are standing in a workshop in the Santana de Marek-Srnjashov culture, modern Romania, Ukraine. The sensory transition is one of metalsmithing heat and chemical flux. The air is heavy, smelling of charcoal carbon, melted beeswax, and the acrid sting of sulfuric liver of sulfur used for niello. The first rhythm of the Gothic material world is the physics of the polychrome style. The Goths revolutionized European aesthetics by rhythmically integrating gold and garnet. This is the boring necessity of the Cloisonne technique. You see a goldsmith cutting thin gold ribbons into geometric cells. This is the mechanical precision of the barrier. He places a slice of almandine garnet into the cell. This is the physics of the refractive index. The red stone rhythmically captures the sunlight, bouncing it back against a patterned gold foil at the base. This is the acoustic of the visual pulse. Your modern eye is overloaded by this kinetic light play. The second rhythm is the chemistry of the niello inlay. To contrast the brilliance of the gold, the The Goth rhythmically applies a black metallic sulfide. This is the chemistry of the lead fusion. You watch the black paste liquefy in the heat. This is the physics of the phase change. It rhythmically flows into the engraved runes of a great fibula, a massive cloak brooch. This is the mechanical bonding of the shadow. Once cooled, it hardens into a glassy carbon black. This is the acoustic of the permanent. Contrast. You realize that the Gothic aesthetic is a chemical calculation of light and dark. The mechanical reality of the great fibula is the structural anchor of the Gothic identity system. These are not jewelry, they are biological pins. A pair of eagle-headed fibula can weigh over 500 grams of solid silver. This is the physics of the gravitational load. You feel the rhythmic pull of the silver against your shoulders. This is the biology of the postural adaptation. Your modern trapezius muscles rhythmically cramp under the weight of your social standing. This is the acoustic of the metallic burden. A Goth moves with a specific cadence because he is weighted by his hoard. The visual rhythm of the Petro-Acel treasure, the hen with the golden chicks, is opulent. You see a torque neck ring of pure gold weighing several kilograms. This is the chemistry of the high purity refinement. The torque rhythmically encircles the neck, acting as a psychological and physical boundary. This is the mechanical symbol of the unbreakable. Oath. If the torque is broken, the social contract rhythmically dissolves. This is the acoustic of the societal rupture. You realize that for the Goth, metal is not money. It is condensed loyalty. The boring necessity of the filigree application follows the casting. You see a craftsman drawing a gold wire through a bone plate to make it microscopically thin. This is the physics of the ductility. He rhythmically twists the wire into spiral patterns. This is the mechanical generation of the surface area. He solders these spirals to the surface of a drinking horn rim. This is the chemistry of the capillary fusion. You feel the rhythmic focus of the eyes straining to see the fine detail. This is the biology of the ocular fatigue. Your modern vision, dulled by digital screens, fails to resolve the high-resolution geometry of the Gothic hand. The acoustic of the hammer strike is a high-frequency, metallic clink. You hear the rhythm of the planishing, smoothing the metal. This is the acoustic of the surface refinement. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves carrying your history on your chest. If you are killed, your identity is rhythmically stripped in seconds as the metal is looted. This is the physics of the material vulnerability. Your body is just a mannequin for the horde. The chemistry of the cupellation process is how they achieved this purity. They rhythmically burn lead away from silver in a bone ash cupel. This is the physics of the selective oxidation. You see the lead oxide litharge rhythmically absorbed by the ash. This is the chemistry of the purification. What remains is a bright, shimmering bead of elemental silver. This is the acoustic of the refined wealth. The Goth demands purity because his life depends on the mechanical reliability of his currency. By the end of this hour of goldsmithing exposure, you are vibrating with material awe. Your eyes are burned by the reflected glint of gold and garnet. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the Goths is partially hidden in these hoards. They rhythmically buried their wealth in times of crisis, creating forensic time capsules that we find 1,600 years later. You grip the silver fibula, your hands twitching with the rhythm of the metallic weight, and you understand that the Gothic soul is encoded in the fast, rhythmic fusion of heat and gemstone. The acoustic of the garnet click is the final mechanical signature. As the stone settles into the gold cell, You hear the sound of the Gothic age locking into place. This is the acoustic of the cultural solidification. You realize that you are not looking at jewelry. You are looking at the forensic evidence of a people who refused to be forgotten, even as they rhythmically prepared for their own disappearance. To survive a day as a Goth in the mid-3rd century, you must withstand the microbial siege of the Pontic steppe. In the modern world, we exist within a sterile buffer of vaccinations and antibiotics. For the Goth in the Santana de Marexerenchove settlements, life is a constant conflict between human cells and pathogenic expansion. You are standing in a crowded riverside village near the Dnieper. The sensory transition is one of biological decay and immune fatigue. The air is stagnant, smelling of open latrines, damp straw, and the sweet draught scent of systemic septicemia. The first rhythm of the Gothic biological crisis is the physics of the density-dependent infection. As the Goths rhythmically consolidated into larger settlements to manage the agricultural output of the Black Sea region, they created a high-frequency transmission network for pathogens. This is the biology of the urbanizing trap. You watch a Cyprian plague, likely a viral hemorrhagic fever or smallpox, rhythmically pulse through the log huts. This is the mathematics of the viral load. You feel the rhythmic panic pulse in your lymph nodes as your immune system detects the invasion. This is the chemistry of the pro-inflammatory cytokines. Your modern body rhythmically heaves with a fever of 40 degrees Celsius. This is the mechanical failure of the thermoregulation. The second rhythm is the biology of the hemorrhagic flow. The Cyprian plague rhythmically attacks the endothelial lining of your blood vessels. This is the chemistry of the vascular permeability. You experience a rhythmic oozing from the gums and eyes. This is the physics of the internal pressure loss. Your heart rhythmically accelerates to compensate for the fluid drop. This is the acoustic of the tachycardia. You see the Gothic elders rhythmically expelling black bile. This is the mechanical rejection of the gastric lining. You realize that the Gothic superpower is being rhythmically eaten from the inside out by an invisible predator. The mechanical reality of the famine coupling becomes the primary stressor. Because the plague rhythmically kills the young men, the harvest fails. This is the physics of the labor deficit. You are living in a rhythmic caloric trough. Your body rhythmically breaks down adipose tissue, fat, and then muscle protein to fuel the immune warfare. This is the chemistry of the ketosis. You feel the rhythmic gnawing in your epigastrium. This is the acoustic of the hunger pangs. Your modern brain, used to instant nutrition, rhythmically short circuits into survival paranoia. The visual rhythm of the mass burial is shattering. In a normal year, a Goth is interred with silver fibulae. During the plague pulse, the dead are rhythmically stacked in common pits with no grave goods. This is the mechanical erasure of the individual status. You see layers of skeletons interlocked in the yellow clay. This is the physics of the volumetric burial. You feel the rhythmic strain in your back as you toss lime calcium oxide onto the bodies to rhythmically accelerate the decomposition. This is the chemistry of the alkaline corrosivity. The acoustic of the pit is a muffled, earthy thud. The boring necessity of the zoonotic exchange follows the livestock proximity. The Goths live in close contact with cattle and horses. This is the biology of the cross-species jump. You inhale the rhythmic dust of dried bovine feces. This is the physics of the aerosolized pathogen. You contract tuberculosis or anthrax. This is the chemistry of the pulmonary calcification. You feel the rhythmic wheeze in your bronchi. This is the acoustic of the respiratory failure. Your modern lungs, unscathed by industrial particulates, rhythmically collapse under the bacterial load of the Gothic stable. The acoustic of the village silence is the final forensic signature. You hear the rhythm of the wind blowing through unattended huts. This is the acoustic of the depopulation. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves watching your entire social structure rhythmically vaporize due to microbial attrition. The Roman frontier starts to look like a thermal refuge. This is the physics of the geopolitical suction. The Goths don't invade Rome because they are strong. They invade because they are biologically desperate. The chemistry of the bitter water. Contamination follows the polluted aquifers as mass graves leak into the groundwater. The rhythm of the cholera starts. This is the physics of the hydrological poisoning. You drink from the Dnieper. This is the mechanical ingestion of the Vibrio. Within 6 hours, your large intestine rhythmically flushes its fluid content. This is the biology of the explosive dehydration. Your modern electrolytes rhythmically deplete, triggering a cardiac arrhythmia. This is the acoustic of the final heart stop. By the end of this hour of biological exposure, you are vibrating with pathogenic terror. Your skin is clammy, and your mind is stretched by the acoustic of the dying. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the Goths is deeply rooted in this microbial filter. Only the strongest immune profiles survived the 3rd century crisis to reach the Danube. You grip your amulet, your hands twitching with the rhythm of the chills, and you understand that the Gothic migration was a biological flight driven by the fast, rhythmic consumption of the human frame by the plague. The acoustic of the plague bell is non-existent here. There is only the rhythmic sobbing of the survivors. This is the acoustic of the societal mourning. You realize that you are not looking at a warrior culture. You are looking at a refugee biomass, rhythmically reconstituting itself in the face of total extinction. To survive a day as a Goth in the autumn of 376 AD, you must navigate the mechanical bottleneck of the Roman frontier. This is the moment the Gothic story shifts from a biological siege to a kinetic crisis of fluid dynamics. In the modern world, we manage border crossings with digital identification and high-velocity translanes. For the Goth at the Danube River, the Eyster, the crossing is a violent thermodynamic event involving the mass displacement of 200,000 human bodies. You are standing on the northern bank of the river. The sensory transition is one of overwhelming humidity and structural collapse. The air is electrified, smelling of river mud, wet pine log, cold human sweat, and the bitter smoke of Roman signal fires. The first rhythm of the crossing is the physics of the hydrodynamic pressure. The Danube is not a flat surface. It is a high-energy fluid conveyor. The Thervingi, Goths, pushed by external forces, rhythmically crowd onto improvised rafts and hollowed-out tree trunks, monoxyla. This is the mechanical instability of the vessel. As the current hits the overloaded craft, the center of gravity rhythmically shifts. This is the physics of the metacentric height failure. You feel the rhythmic tilt as the raft rhythmically takes on water. This is the acoustic of the hydrostatic disaster. Your modern brain triggers a rhythmic panic reflex as the river claims the biological weight of the non-swimmers. This is the mathematics of the drowning rate. The second rhythm is the biology of the logistical starvation. The Roman border management rhythmically restricts the food supply to maintain political leverage. This is the chemistry of the caloric depletion. You are living in a state of acute nutritional stress. You feel the rhythmic cramp of the empty intestine. This is the mechanical shrinkage of the viscera. The authorities rhythmically offer carcasses of dogs in exchange for Gothic children to be sold into slavery. This is the physics of the desperate barter. You see the rhythmic exchange of a living human body for a rotten protein source. This is the acoustic of the moral bankruptcy. Your modern identity shatters under this total biological degradation. The mechanical reality of the shield wall congestion becomes the primary kinetic task. As the Goths rhythmically land on the southern bank, they are herded into containment camps. This is the physics of the crowd density. You are pressed against thousands of other human bodies. This is the chemistry of the thermal overload. You feel the rhythmic push from the rear as more rafts arrive. This is the acoustic of the human compaction. The Roman soldiers rhythmically strike the Gothic ranks with hafts of spears to maintain the boundary. This is the mechanical maintenance of the enclosure. You realize that you are no longer a warrior. You are hydraulic pressure trapped in a Roman pipe. The visual rhythm of the vaporized wealth follows the looting to Eppo, pay for safe passage or food. The Goths rhythmically stripped the gold and garnet from their garments. This is the mechanical deconstruction of the heritage. You see masterpieces rhythmically hammered into flat ingots. This is the physics of the material reduction. The cultural memory is being liquefied to fuel the survival metabolism. This is the acoustic of the economic oblivion. You understand that the lost Goths are accelerated by this instant loss of tangible history. The boring necessity of the sanitation pulse follows the overcrowding. In the camps, there is no waste management. This is the biology of the enteric infiltration. You watch the rhythm of the dysentery erode the refugee population. This is the chemistry of the fluid loss. You feel the rhythmic tremor of the dehydrated muscle. This is the acoustic of the renal failure. Your modern body, conditioned for treated water, rhythmically fails within 48 hours of drinking from the Kampernov. This is the physics of the toxic concentration. The Gothic survival depends on a neurological resilience you do not possess. The acoustic of the Danube roar is the final forensic signature of the crossing. You hear the rhythm of the water hitting the imperial stone piers. This is the acoustic of the structural permanence. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves accepting the total erasure of your previous life the moment you touch the Roman soil. You are now a displaced biological unit in a system that wants to rhythmically grind you into cheap labor. This is the mechanical reality of the Gothic-Roman merger. The chemistry of the adrenaline saturation follows the border skirmish. As Roman greed triggers Gothic resistance, you feel a rhythmic surge of epinephrine. This is the physics of the hypervigilant. You see a Goth rhythmically draw a hidden blade. This is the mechanical breakout from the enclosure. The rhythm of the camp control shifts into the acoustic of the massacre. You are no longer a refugee. You are a biological weapon released within the imperial body. This is the rhythm of the subversion. By the end of this hour of border exposure, you are vibrating with kinetic dread. Your clothing is soggy with river water, and your brain is overloaded by the acoustic of the chaos. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the Goths is defined by this violent transition. They did not join Rome. They rhythmically infused themselves into its wounds. Like a foreign body contaminant, you grip your empty scabbard, your hands twitching with the rhythm of the starvation shakes, and you understand that the Gothic journey claims its sovereignty through the fast, rhythmic rupturing of the imperial frontier. The acoustic of the Gothic bellow is the final mechanical signal. As the wall breaks, you hear the sound of the Gothic age, re-emerging as a kinetic force. This is the acoustic of the retribution. You realize that you are not looking at a migration. You are looking at a biological supernova exploding into the Roman vacuum. To survive a day as a Goth in the year 375 AD, you must withstand the kinetic impact of a new high-velocity predator, the Huns. In the modern world, we understand asymmetrical warfare through digital precision and ballistic range. For the Goth on the Pontic steppe, this is a mechanical conflict of kinetic energy and equestrian physics. You are standing on the flat, open grasslands of modern Ukraine. The sensory transition is one of atmospheric vibration and high-frequency terror. The air is violent, smelling of lactic acid from overworked horses, scorched grass, and the ozone scent of a rapidly approaching storm front. The first rhythm of the Hunnish pressure is the physics of the composite bow recoil. The Huns utilize a reflex bow made of laminated horn, wood, and sinew. This is the mechanical generation of the elastic potential. Unlike the Gothic longbow, which is a single-piece stave, the Hunnish bow is rhythmically pre-stressed. As the Hunnish archer draws the string, the limb curvature rhythmically stores 20% more energy per cubic inch of material. This is the physics of the high-velocity launch. You feel the rhythmic zip of the Scythian-style arrow, shattering the air resistance. This is the acoustic of the silent flight. Your modern brain fails to detect the incoming projectile before it rhythmically penetrates your felt tunic. This is the mathematics of the fatal velocity. The second rhythm is the biology of the centaur fusion. The Huns live and sleep on their horses, utilizing a solid frame saddle with high pommels and cantles. This is the mechanical stabilization of the human platform. This saddle physics rhythmically allows the archer to shoot in all directions while maintaining a full gallop. This is the biology of the core equilibrium. You watch the Huns rhythmically pivot in their saddles to execute the Parthian shot. This is the physics of the angular momentum. You feel the rhythmic thrum of thousands of small, agile horses pounding the steppe soil. This is the acoustic of the seismic hammer. You realize that the Gothic infantry square is being rhythmically dissected by a liquid weapon that refuses to engage in solid contact. The mechanical reality of the ecology collapse becomes the primary. The Huns bring with them enormous herds that rhythmically consume the grass resources of the Goths. This is the physics of the grazing exhaustion. Your Gothic cattle are rhythmically starving because the steppe is being stripped to the root by the Hunnish advance. This is the chemistry of the caloric depletion. You are living in a state of permanent flight. This is the biology of the chronic adrenaline load. Your modern heart rhythmically labors under the systemic cortisol spike. This is the mechanical wear of the cardiovascular system. You realize that you are not losing a war. You are losing an energy equation. The visual rhythm of the scorched hearth policy follows the retreat to slow the Hunnish cavalry. The Goths rhythmically ignite the steppe grass. This is the chemistry of the rapid oxidation. You see the wall of fire rhythmically rolling across the horizon. This is the physics of the thermal barrier. You inhale the carbon soot and particulate matter. This is the mechanical irritation of the alveoli. You feel the rhythmic sting in your eyes as the smoke rhythmically displaces the oxygen. This is the acoustic of the suffocation. Your modern lungs, used to filtered air, rhythmically spasm under the incendiary load. The boring necessity of the wagon fort follows the tactical failure. because the Hunnish mobility is superior. The Goths rhythmically circle their heavy wagons to create a wooden bastion. This is the mechanical generation of the defensive enclosure. You are trapped in a small, crowded circle with crying children and lowing oxen. This is the biology of the confinements, is the physics of the kinetic erosion. You feel the rhythmic vibration of the wagon wall as it rhythmically absorbs the impact energy. This is the acoustic of the splintering wood. The acoustic of the stepwind is the final forensic signature of the Hunnish advance. It carries the high-pitch whistle of the Hunnish bone-tipped arrows, which have acoustic holes carved into them to create a terrifying sound during flight. This is the physics of the psychoacoustic warfare. You hear the rhythm of the whistle descending on your position. This is the acoustic of the impending kinetic release. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves enduring a psychological breakdown triggered by the sound of your own death. The chemistry of the lactic acid fatigue follows the endless withdrawal. You have been walking or riding for 72 hours without deep sleep. This is the biology of the neurological depletion. Your muscles rhythmically ache with the metabolic waste buildup. This is the physics of the structural exhaustion. You see the Gothic warriors rhythmically dropping their heavy shields because they can no longer maintain the isometric tension. This is the mechanical failure of the defense. You understand that the Huns are not killing the Goths with swords. They are wearing them into the soil through relentless kinetic pressure. By the end of this hour of steppe warfare, you are vibrating with sensory overload. Your skin is coated in ash and sweat, and your mind is shattered by the acoustic of the whistling arrows. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is accelerated by this mechanical panic. They fled toward the Danube, not just because of war, but because the Hunnish vortex rhythmically destroyed the physical logic of their world. You grip the wagon wheel, your hands twitching with the rhythm of the vibration stress, and you understand that the Gothic identity was forged in the fast, rhythmic furnace of the great steppe retreat. The acoustic of the horse snort is the final mechanical signal. As the Huns circle your wagon fort, you hear the sound of a new age rhythmically overwriting the old. This is the acoustic of the replacement. You realize that you are not looking at a battle. You are looking at a mechanical pulse of nomadic energy rhythmically displacing a sedentary culture. To survive a day as a Goth during the uprising of 377 AD, you must understand the structural integrity of the infantry sector. In the modern world, we think of protection as a personal ballistic vest or a vehicle. For the Goth, protection is a mechanical interlocking of wood, hide, and human bone. You are standing in the center of a dense formation on the plains of Thrace. The sensory transition is one of claustrophobic compression and kinetic resonance. The air is thick, smelling of lanolin heavy wool, linseed oil, and the salt steam of thousands of respiring men. The first rhythm of the infantry square is the physics of the overlapping shield. The Goth carries a Spatha-style shield, a large, oval or rectangular board of plank-constructed poplar or limewood. This is the mechanical generation of the defensive barrier. As you rhythmically lock your shield rim over the boss of the man to your left, you create a continuous surface. This is the physics of the load distribution. When a Roman pilum-heavy javelin strikes the wall, the kinetic energy is rhythmically dispersed across 4 different shields. This is the acoustic of the distributed impact. You feel the rhythmic jolting in your shoulder girdle. This is the mechanical stress transfer. Your modern wrist rhythmically fails to maintain the isometric grip. This is the biology of the muscular fatigue. The second rhythm is the biology of the athismos, the push. In a Gothic shield wall, the rear ranks do not stand still. They rhythmically lean into the front ranks. This is the physics of the cumulative pressure. You are sandwiched between the back of your comrade and the shield of the man behind you. This is the chemistry of the hypoxia. As the pressure increases, your ribcage is rhythmically compressed. This is the mechanical restriction of the diaphragm. You experience a rhythmic gasping for oxygen that is tainted by human exhaust. This is the acoustic of the collective breath. You realize that the infantry square is not a collection of soldiers. It is a single biological organism fighting to maintain its volume. The mechanical reality of the spear projection becomes the primary offensive pulse. Gothic spears, stungus, rhythmically protrude from the gaps in the shield wall. This is the physics of the porcupine geometry. You must rhythmically thrust in coordination with the man next to you. This is the acoustic of the synchronized steel. You feel the rhythmic tension in your triceps as the spear point meets the resistance of Roman larica armor. This is the chemistry of the kinetic friction. If you lose the rhythm, your spear snaps against the force of the advancing legion. This is the mechanical failure of the reach. The visual rhythm of the vortex rotation occurs when the square needs to relieve the frontline fatigue. The Gothic warlords rhythmically cycle the exhausted men into the center. This is the physics of the centripetal relief. You feel the hands of your kin rhythmically pulling you backward. This is the mechanical extraction from the kill zone. As you move into the cooler air of the interior, your adrenal levels rhythmically reset. This is the biology of the combatric fury. You realize that surviving depends on this rhythmic fluidity. A static wall is a dead wall. The boring necessity of the torsional footing follows the mud condition. The ground beneath the square rhythmically turns into a liquid slurry of blood and soil. This is the physics of the liquefaction. To maintain the wall, you must rhythmically dig your heels into the muck. This is the mechanical generation of the friction coefficient. You feel the rhythmic slip of your leather soles. This is the acoustic of the lost traction. Your modern body, conditioned for flat asphalt, rhythmically stumbles. This is the biology of the proprioceptive failure. In the Gothic square, a fall is a sentencing to the trampling. The acoustic of the shield drumming is the final forensic signature of the square defense. The Goths rhythmically beat their shields to create a psychological resonance. This is the physics of the low-frequency intimidation. You hear the rhythm of the oak bellowing like a great beast. This is the acoustic of the tribal unity. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves becoming a solid-state component in a machine of meat and wood. Your individual identity is rhythmically erased by the collective momentum. The chemistry of the battle thirst follows the dehydration. After 2 hours of isometric tension in the square, your body rhythmically shuts down. Saliva production. This is the physics of the osmotic imbalance. You feel the rhythmic sticky texture of your tongue. This is the acoustic of the dry swallow. You gasp for water that is rhythmically denied by the encircled position. This is the biology of the thermal stress. You understand that the infantry square is a closed thermodynamic system that is rapidly overheating. By the end of this hour of phalanx exposure, you are vibrating with structural fatigue. Your shoulders are numb, and your brain is ringing with the acoustic of the impact. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the Goths is rooted in this density, solidarity. They shattered the Roman legions, not because they were faster, but because their square was mechanically superior in its ability to absorb and reflect imperial violence. You grip your shield handle, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the vibration load. And you understand that the Gothic resistance claims its power through the fast, rhythmic locking of the kinship. The acoustic of the Roman collapse is the final mechanical signal. As the legion breaks against your square, you hear the sound of the ancient world splintering into thousands of grains. This is the acoustic of the paradigm shift. You realize that you are not looking at a battle. You are looking at the kinetic birth of a new Europe. To survive the day of August 9th, 378 AD, you must withstand the mechanical climax of the Gothic-Roman conflict, the Battle of Adrianople. In the modern world, we analyze military maneuvers as strategic abstractions. On this Thracian field, the battle is a kinetic convergence of thermal stress and equestrian momentum. You are positioned near the Gothic wagon fort as the Roman legions arrive after an 8-mile march under a blistering summer sun. The sensory transition is one of searing heat and gravitational weight. The air is distorted by a heat haze, smelling of dry stubble fire, iron oxide, and the sharp ammonia of dehydrated thousands. The first rhythm of the Adrianople disaster is the physics of the thermal exhaustion. The Roman soldiers have been marching for hours in full armor through 40 degrees Celsius heat without adequate water. This is the chemistry of the hyperthermia. As they deploy into battle lines, their internal core temperatures are already rising toward a critical failure point. This is the mechanical breakdown of the biological engine. You see the Goths purposefully igniting the dry grass in front of the Roman ranks. This is the physics of the incendiary barrier. The smoke rhythmically displaces the oxygen, forcing the Romans to inhale soot-clogged air that further accelerates their dehydration. This is the acoustic of the labored gasp. Your modern lungs would seize in this environment, but the Gothic defenders, sheltered by their wagons, maintain a rhythmic conservation of energy. The second rhythm is the biology of the cavalry surprise. At the moment the Roman infantry is fully committed and exhausted, the Gothic cavalry, the Groithungi and Alans, return from a foraging mission. This is the physics of the flank impact. You feel a rhythmic vibration in the earth, a seismic signature of thousands of heavy war horses accelerated to a full gallop. This is the mechanical release of the potential energy. The cavalry does not strike the front of the Roman line. It rhythmically hammers the flank, compressing the Roman ranks into a dense, immovable mass. This is the physics of the volumetric compression. You watch as the Roman soldiers are pushed so tightly together they can no longer raise their arms to strike. This is the mechanical neutralization of the combatant. The mechanical reality of the weapon compression becomes a forensic horror, because the Romans are packed into a solid block of meat and metal. Their shields become useless. This is the physics of the leva failure. The Gothic riders, elevated on their saddles, rhythmically thrust downward with heavy spears. This is the mathematics of the vertical advantage. You hear the rhythmic sound of iron points piercing Roman bronze helmets. This is the acoustic of the cranial rupture. You realize that the Roman army is no longer a fighting force. It has become a biological liquid trapped in a crucible of Gothic steel. This is the chemistry of the mass homicide. The visual rhythm of the imperial collapse is centered on the Emperor Valens. You see the Roman command structure rhythmically dissolve as the cavalry sweeps through the rear guard. This is the physics of the command vacuum. The emperor is forced to seek shelter in a small cottage, which the Goths, unaware of his identity, rhythmically set on fire. This is the chemistry of the final oxidation. The leader of the Roman world is reduced to carbon and ash in a nameless Thracian hut. This is the acoustic of the symbolic end. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the Goths is fueled by this moment, the total mechanical destruction of the Roman myth of invincibility. The boring necessity of the looting pulse follows the slaughter. 2/3 of the Roman Eastern army lies dead on the field. This is the physics of the human ballast. The Goths rhythmically move through the piles of corpses, stripping the high-quality Roman mail and swords. This is the mechanical re-equipping of the tribe. You see a Goth replacing his notched blade with a Roman gladius. This is the chemistry of the material transfer. The Goths are no longer a refugee band. They have rhythmically absorbed the military technology of their enemy. This is the acoustic of the steel clash as they test the new iron. The acoustic of the killing field is a low, bubbling moan. Thousands of wounded men are rhythmically expiring from blood loss and heat stroke. This is the acoustic of the physiological shutdown. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves witnessing the literal end of an era. The Roman army, a machine that functioned for centuries, has been rhythmically dismantled by a superior application of kinetic coordination and environmental exploitation. Your modern identity, rooted in the stability of institutions, is rhythmically erased by the sight of an empire in ruins. The chemistry of the adrenaline crash follows the victory. As the sun sets over Adrianople, the Gothic warriors experience a rhythmic drop in blood sugar and a massive spike in cortisol. This is the biology of the combat exhaustion. They return to the wagon fort, their bodies rhythmically trembling from the isometric strain of the charge. This is the mechanical aftershock of the violence. You see them drinking heavily from captured Roman wineskins. This is the physics of the rapid sedation. The Gothic spirit is not one of eternal fury, but of rhythmic high-intensity bursts followed by deep biological recovery. By the end of this hour of battlefield exposure, you are vibrating with a visceral realization. The Goths did not win through luck or barbarism. They won through the mechanical superiority of the horse and the biological resilience of the refugee. They understood the rhythm of the Thracian heat better than the men who built the roads. You grip a fragment of a broken Roman standard, your hands twitching with the rhythm of the shock, and you understand that the Gothic ascendance was claimed through the fast, rhythmic rupturing of the Roman military heart. The acoustic of the Thracian night is the final mechanical signal. As the fires of Adrianople die down, you hear the sound of the Gothic tongue rising in a rhythmic victory chant. This is the acoustic of the cultural dominance. You realize that the unexplained mystery has shifted. The Goths are no longer looking for a home. They are now the mechanical architects of a new, fractured world. To survive the years following Adrianople, you must adapt to the mechanical reality of a nation in perpetual motion. In the modern world, we rely on logistical hubs and static supply chains. For the Goths moving through the Balkans and toward Italy, survival is a kinetic equation of resource extraction and mobility. You are part of a massive column of wagons, livestock, and warriors, stretching for miles across the mountain passes of the Hemus Range. The sensory transition is one of constant mechanical friction and nutritional anxiety. The air is dust-choked, smelling of wagon grease, manure, and the acrid steam of exhausted draft coxswain. The first rhythm of the long march is the physics of the rolling city. The Gothic wagon, or carros, is the fundamental unit of their existence. It is a heavy two-axle vehicle constructed of seasoned oak and ash. This is the mechanical architecture of the migrant. You feel the rhythmic jolting as the iron-shod wheels strike the uneven Roman paving stones. This is the physics of the structural vibration. Every bump transmits a shock wave through the wagon frame, fatiguing the wooden joints. This is the mechanical wear of the habitat. To prevent the shattering of the axle, the Goths must rhythmically apply animal fat to the hubs. This is the chemistry of the lubrication. Your modern hands would be raw from the constant adjustment of the leather tie-downs that hold your entire life together. The second rhythm is the biology of the scavenger metabolism. A nation of 200,000 people requires roughly 400 tons of food every single day. Because they have no static farmland, they must rhythmically harvest the Roman countryside. This is the physics of the parasitic logistics. You are part of a foraging party sweeping through a Thracian valley. This is the mechanical extraction of the caloric surplus. You rhythmically strip the granaries, seize the wine presses, and drive the local herds into the Gothic column. This is the chemistry of the protein acquisition. You feel the rhythmic panic in your stomach when a valley is empty. This is the biology of the nutritional insecurity. You realize that the Goths are not invaders in the traditional sense. They are a moving digestive system consuming the infrastructure of the empire. The mechanical reality of the terrain friction becomes the primary constraint. Moving a column of this size through mountain passes requires engineering persistence. This is the physics of the incline. You see the Goths rhythmically placing ropes around the axles to brake the wagons on downhill slopes. This is the mathematics of the controlled descent. You feel the rhythmic strain in your thighs as you push the heavy wheels through mud-choked gaps. This is the mechanical generation of the upward momentum. The long march is a constant war against gravity and friction. Your modern muscles, unused to long-distance torque, rhythmically fail within the first 5 miles. This is the biology of the isometric breakdown. The visual rhythm of the camp fortification occurs every evening. The wagons are not just transport. They are defensive blocks. This is the physics of the perimeter. You see the wagons rhythmically circling into a logger. This is the mechanical creation of the temporary city. Within minutes, a chaos of movement solidifies into a defensive ring. This is the acoustic of the clattering timber. Inside the circle, the chemistry of the hearth begins. This is the physics of the thermal gathering. You inhale the smoke of thousands of small fires. This is the biology of the respiratory accumulation. You realize that the Gothic identity is forged in these nightly enclosures. The boring necessity of the wheel repair follows the daily mileage. Every stop involves a forensic inspection of the rim tensions. This is the physics of the centripetal fatigue. You see a carpenter rhythmically heating an iron hoop to shrink fit it onto a wooden wheel. This is the chemistry of the thermal expansion. As the iron cools, it clamps the oak spokes with thousands of pounds of pressure. This is the mechanical stabilization of the wheel. You feel the rhythmic heat radiating from the metal. This is the acoustic of the sizzling water. If the wheel fails, the family loses its mobility and becomes vulnerable to Roman cavalry. This is the physics of the lethal stasis. The acoustic of the column groan is the final forensic signature of the Long March. It is a low-frequency drone, made of screeching axles, lowing oxen, and the shuffle of thousands of feet. This is the acoustic of the migratory mass. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves maintaining a precise mechanical rhythm. across hostile landscapes. Your body is a link in a human chain that spans a continent. Your modern identity, built on personal transportation, dissolves into the relentless, collective momentum of the tribe. The chemistry of the water selection follows the road pollution. Thousands of animals and humans defecate along the march route. Sources: this is the physics of the hydrological safety. You smell the water for sulfur or rot. This is the chemistry of the sensory filter. You realize that the long march is rhythmically killing the weakest members through pathogenic exposure. This is the acoustic of the silent culling. The unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is hidden in these roadside graves. By the end of this hour of march exposure, you are vibrating with structural fatigue. Your ears are ringing with the acoustic of the wagons, and your brain is dulled by the monotony of the movement. You realize that the Gothic ascendance was not just won in battle. It was maintained through the mechanical resilience of their logistics. They moved an entire society through the heart of an empire that could no longer stop them. You grip the wagon rail, your hands twitching with the rhythm of the road vibration, and you understand that the Gothic soul claims its persistence through the fast, rhythmic turning of the oak wheel. The acoustic of the horizon call is the final mechanical signal. As the sun sets over the next ridge, you hear the sound of the wagons rhythmically descending into the next valley. This is the acoustic of the infinite journey. You realize that you are not looking at a trip. You are looking at a mechanical pulse of humanity rhythmically remapping the world. To survive as a Goth in the years following the 382 AD treaty with Emperor Theodosius, you must adapt to the mechanical and chemical reality of the foederati, the allied soldiers of Rome, in the modern world. We view integration as a social or cultural shift. For the Goth, it is a systemic, biological, and material conversion. You are standing in a Roman frontier camp along the Danube or the Rhine, wearing a mix of tribal iron and imperial bronze. The sensory transition is one of industrial standardization and hierarchical discipline. The air is heavy with the smell of vinegar wine, Roman military lard, and the sharp salt of mass-produced brine. The first rhythm of Romanization is the physics of the standardized armory. For centuries, Gothic weapons were the products of village smiths, each blade possessing unique metallurgical flaws and characteristics. Now, you are issued equipment from the Roman fabrique state factories. This is the mechanical uniformity of the empire. You feel the rhythmic weight of a Roman gladius or a late empire spathis hanging from a standardized leather belt. This is the physics of the mass production. The steel is no longer a personal talisman. It is a tool of a larger machine. You feel the rhythmic clatter of the bronze belt fittings against your thigh. This is the acoustic of the imperial gear. Your modern hands would recognize the sameness of these objects, a mechanical predictability that tribal life never possessed. The second rhythm is the biology of the unknowna, the grain supply. As a Federate soldier, your caloric intake is no longer dependent on the seasonal harvest of your own fields or the success of a forage party. It is governed by the chemistry of the state ration. You receive a rhythmic delivery of grain, sour wine, posca, and salted pork. This is the logistical stabilization of the metabolism. You feel the rhythmic satiety of a diet high in processed carbohydrates and salt. This is the chemistry of the Your body begins to change under this new nutritional regime, becoming heavier and more reliant on the predictable arrivals of the Roman supply train. This is the acoustic of the full stomach. You realize that the Goth is being conquered, not by the sword, but by the mechanical reliability of the Roman kitchen. The mechanical reality of the drill pulse becomes the primary psychological stressor. Tribal warfare was based on individual bravery and kinship bonds. Roman service requires the physics of the manipole coordination. You are taught to move at the signal. This is the mechanical synchronization of the human unit. You spend hours practicing the rhythmic march, the military's greatest. This is the acoustic of the boots on the paving stones. You feel the rhythmic jarring in your knees as you maintain the exact pace of the legion. This is the biology of the repetitive motion. Your modern joints would scream under the high-impact stress of the Roman march, a mechanical cadence that ignores the natural terrain of the forest in favor of the engineered flatness of the road. The visual rhythm of the military diploma follows your service. After years of fighting for the empire against other tribes, you are promised the status of a Roman citizen. This is the chemistry of the social mutation. You see Goths shaving their traditional beards and adopting the short-cropped hair of the Roman officer class. This is the mechanical alteration of the tribal mask. You see a Gothic commander, like Alaric in his early career, wearing the purple-trimmed tunic of a Roman general. This is the acoustic of the shifting identity. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is accelerating here. They are becoming the very system they once fought to escape. The boring necessity of the pay cycle follows the military calendar. Twice a year, you receive the donativum payment of gold or silver coins. This is the physics of the monetized loyalty. You no longer trade cattle for cloth. You trade your life for small stamped discs of metal. This is the chemistry of the economic abstraction. You feel the rhythmic weight of the coin pouch against your hip. This is the acoustic of the jingling silver. You realize that the Gothic soul is being liquefied into a currency that is controlled by a distant emperor in Constantinople. This is the mechanical vulnerability of the mercenary. The acoustic of the camp watch is the final forensic signature of this period. You hear the rhythmic call of the sentries throughout the night, marking the 4 watches of the Roman clock. This is the physics of the regulated time. Tribal time was measured by the movement of the sun and the stars. Roman time is measured by the mechanical flow of the water clock clepsydra. This is the acoustic of the captive seconds. You realize that surviving a day as a Romanized Goth involves surrendering the rhythmic autonomy of the tribe to the mechanical order of the state. Your modern mind, governed by digital clocks, is the only thing that finds comfort in this rigid structure. The chemistry of the camp fever follows the high-density living of the military barracks. As thousands of men from across the empire are packed into stone fortifications, the biology of the pathogenic exchange intensifies. You inhale the dust of a dozen different provinces. This is the physics of globalized infection. You feel the rhythmic shiver of a low-grade malaria or a localized respiratory virus. This is the chemistry of the immune overload. You understand that the Gothic body is being biologically remapped by the diseases of the Roman world. This is the acoustic of the hospital cough. By the end of this hour of imperial exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of structural dislocation. You are a Goth, but your sword is Roman, your food is Roman, and your time is Roman. You realize that the lost tribes did not just die in battle. They were rhythmically recoded by the institutions they served. You grip your Roman belt buckle, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the metal clasp. And you understand that the Gothic identity is being fast rhythmically dissolved into the machinery of the empire. The acoustic of the trumpet blast is the final mechanical signal. As the Roman buccina sounds the end of the day, you hear the sound of an ancient identity fading into the background hum of the barracks. This is the acoustic of the assimilation. You realize that you are no longer looking at a tribe. You are looking at a mechanical component of the imperial defense, a biological gear that can be replaced as easily as a broken spoke on a wagon. To survive the year 395 AD as a Goth, you must experience the breaking point of a failed partnership. The transition from Romanized soldier to insurgent rebel is not a sudden emotional whim. It is a kinetic response to systemic depletion. In the modern world, we understand breach of contract through legal litigation. For Alaric and his Goths, it is a mechanical fracture in the logistical flow. You are standing in the marshes of the Frigidus River, following a brutal victory for the Emperor Theodosius's victory, bought with the lives of 10,000 Gothic federates. The sensory transition is one of frozen blood and institutional betrayal. The air is stagnant, smelling of cold iron, swamp water, and the bitter copper of mass hemorrhage. The first rhythm of the Alaric rebellion is the physics of the cannon fodder calculus. At the Battle of the Frigidus, the Roman high command positioned the Gothic units in the most exposed forward ranks, intentionally using them to blunt the enemy's charge. This is the mechanical expenditure of the disposable unit. You feel the rhythmic thud of your kin falling in waves against the enemy shield wall. This is the physics of the calculated attrition. You realize that the Roman state is rhythmically harvesting Gothic lives to preserve Roman legions. This is the biology of the ethnic culling. Your modern brain would recognize this as a systemic failure of the social contract. You feel the rhythmic pulse of resentment in your throat. This is the acoustic of the betrayal. The second rhythm is the biology of the succession vacuum. When Emperor Theodosius dies shortly after the battle, the Roman Empire is split between two child emperors, Arcadius and Honorius. This is the mechanical collapse of the central authority. The rhythmic delivery of the annona and the military pay suddenly stops. This is the chemistry of the logistical starvation. You are a soldier without a paycheck and a refugee without a home. This is the physics of the forced kinetic energy. You cannot stay still because stasis equals death. The Goths rhythmically lift Alaric onto a shield and proclaim him King Theoden. This is the acoustic of the tribal restoration. You realize that the Goth is re-emerging from the Roman shell. The mechanical reality of the tundra march follows the rebellion. Alaric leads the Goths away from the Roman camps and back into the Balkan interior. This is the physics of the remobilization. You see the Goths rhythmically stripping the Roman tunics and reapplying the traditional tribal symbols. This is the chemistry of the cultural reassertion. You feel the rhythmic jar of the wagon wheels leaving the Roman roads for the mountain tracks. This is the acoustic of the tactical autonomy. The Gothic machine is no longer a component of Rome. It is now a predatory engine searching for a new fuel source. This is the biology of the predatory shift. The visual rhythm of the Gothic siege train follows the march. As the Goths move toward Greece, they rhythmically construct torsion catapults and rams based on the Roman designs they learned in service. This is the mechanical evolution of the insurgent. You see the physics of the torsional tension being used against the very walls the Goths were once paid to guard. This is the acoustic of the returning force. You feel the rhythmic crank of the wooden gears. This is the mechanical calibration of the revenge. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the Goths is their ability to absorb Roman technology and rhythmically redirect it toward the imperial heart. The boring necessity of the negotiation cycle follows every military action. Alaric does not want to destroy Rome. He wants a fixed place within it. This is the physics of the institutional friction. You see the rhythmic exchange of embassies and hostages. This is the chemistry of the diplomatic stall. You feel the rhythmic waiting in the winter camps. This is the biology of the strategic stagnation. Your modern patience would break under the constant uncertainty of these broken treaties. Every time a Roman general like Stilicho rhythmically breaks a promise, the Gothic kinetic potential builds. This is the physics of the pressure vessel. The acoustic of the broken oath is the final forensic signature of the 390s. You hear the rhythmic tearing of parchment as treaties are discarded by the Roman Senate. This is the acoustic of the political instability. You realize that surviving a day as a rebel Goth involves accepting that you have no legal status in the world. You are a nation of ghosts moving through the living body of the empire. This is the mechanical reality of the outlaw state. Your body is a weapon that Rome refuses to pay for, but cannot destroy. The chemistry of the camp smoke in the Greek valleys follows the foraged feast, as the Goths rhythmically loot the olive groves and granaries of Corinth and Sparta. The biology of the abundance returns. This is the chemistry of the high caloric recovery. You feel the rhythmic strength returning to your limbs. This is the mechanical refueling of the warrior. You understand that the Gothic rebellion is fueling itself on the agricultural wealth of the ancient world. This is the acoustic of the sizzling meat. You realize that you are no longer a soldier. You are a harvester of empires. By the end of this hour of rebellion exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of aggressive autonomy. You are no longer a Roman component. You are a Goth again, but a Goth with Roman training and Roman steel. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is defined by this mechanical hybridity. They are the system's own shadow rising to strangle it. You grip your spatha, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the impending charge. And you understand that the Gothic fate is locked in a fast, rhythmic collision with the walls of Rome. The acoustic of the tribal horn is the final mechanical signal. As Alaric rhythmically points his sword toward the west, toward Italy, you hear the sound of a people leaving the past behind. This is the acoustic of the final departure. You realize that you are not looking at a riot. You are looking at the mechanical initiation of the fall of the West. To survive the winter of 402 AD as a Goth, you must navigate the mechanical high stakes of the Julian Alps. The entry into Italy is not a simple march. It is a kinetic chess match between Alaric and the Roman general Stilicho himself, a Vandal by blood. In the modern world, we understand border defense through electronic surveillance. For the Goth in the mountain passes, it is a mechanical equation of elevation and thermal endurance. You are standing on the frozen slopes of the Argius. The sensory transition is one of crystalline cold and thinning oxygen. The air is lethal, smelling of snow silt, frozen leather, and the metallic zinc of lung burn. The first rhythm of the Italian campaign is the physics of the Alpine choke point. Alaric's entire nation, thousands of wagons and non-combatants, rhythmically funneled through narrow stone corridors. This is the mechanical constraint of the topography. You feel the rhythmic grind of the wagon wheels against the limestone cliffs. This is the physics of the lateral friction. If one axle snaps, the entire logistical flow of the nation stalls. This is the mathematics of the bottleneck. You see the Gothic scouts rhythmically testing the ice depth on the mountain streams. This is the chemistry of the phase change. Your modern equilibrium would shatter under the rhythmic vertigo of the drop-off. This is the acoustic of the alpine silence. The second rhythm is the biology of the Stilicho shadow. Stilicho does not fight Alaric immediately. He rhythmically tracks him, waiting for the Gothic metabolism to fail in the winter cold. This is the physics of the predatory shadowing. You feel the rhythmic paranoia of knowing the Roman legions are always just one ridge away. This is the chemistry of the chronic adrenaline. Your body rhythmically consumes its own muscle fiber to generate heat. This is the biology of the catabolic stress. You realize that surviving is no longer about valor. It is about mechanical persistence against the cold. This is the acoustic of the shivering bone. The mechanical reality of the Battle of Pollentia Easter, 402 AD, is a forensic rupture. Stilicho rhythmically attacks on a sacred holiday, catching the Goths mid-ritual. This is the physics of the tactical asymmetry. You see the Roman cavalry rhythmically slicing through the wagon lines. This is the mechanical disruption of the safe zone. You feel the rhythmic panic as the wagon fort is breached. This is the acoustic of the splintering oak. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the Goths is their ability to absorb this shattering impact and rhythmically reform their lines. This is the biology of the resilience. The visual rhythm of the hostage exchange follows the temporary truce. Stilicho rhythmically takes Gothic noble children, including Alaric's own relatives, as security. This is the chemistry of the biological leverage. You see the children being rhythmically led into the Roman ranks. This is the mechanical severing of the kinship line. You feel the rhythmic hate simmering in the Gothic camp. This is the acoustic of the silent vow. You realize that the Gothic heart is being rhythmically hardened into a weapon of total war. This is the physics of the emotional compression. The boring necessity of the forage radius in the Po Valley follows the stalemate. Because the Goths are trapped between Roman armies, they must rhythmically drain the local Italian farms. This is the physics of the resource depletion. You see the Goths rhythmically digging up winter stores of grain. This is the chemistry of the carbohydrates theft. You feel the rhythmic weakness in your limbs as the rations shrink. This is the biology of the caloric deficit. Your modern mind would crumple under the daily uncertainty of food security. This is the acoustic of the empty pot. The acoustic of the river crossing at the Tanaris is the final forensic signature of the retreat. You hear the rhythmic splash of the horses as they escape back toward the mountains. This is the acoustic of the tactical withdrawal. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth in Italy involves accepting a life of constant redirection. You are a liquid force that Rome cannot capture but cannot expel. This is the mechanical reality of the guerrilla nation. Your body is a transient unit in a war of attrition. The chemistry of the camp fever in the Italian marshes follows the summer heat as the Goths huddle in the damp lowlands. The biology of the mosquito vector begins. This is the physics of the malaria transmission. You feel the rhythmic chills and the sweat cycle of the fever. This is the chemistry of the parasitic blood load. You understand that Italy is not just land. It is a biological minefield. This is the acoustic of the delirious muttering. You realize that the Gothic strength is being rhythmically sapped by the environment itself. By the end of this hour of Italian exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of strategic exhaustion. You have crossed the Alps, fought in the Po Valley, and been hunted by Stilicho. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the Goths is rooted in their stubborn survival against systemic pressure. They are learning the weaknesses of the Italian infrastructure. You grip your shield rim, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the cold ache, and you understand that the Gothic presence is a slow, rhythmic infection of the Roman heartland. The acoustic of the Alpine wind is the final mechanical signal. As the Goths rhythmically look back at the plains of Italy, you hear the sound of a people preparing for their final strike. This is the acoustic of the patient predator. You realize that you are not looking at a defeat. You are looking at the mechanical calibration for the sack of Rome. To survive the year 408 AD as a Goth, you must witness the mechanical failure of the Roman defensive brain. The unexplained mystery of the Goths is often accelerated not by their own strength, but by the systemic self-destruction of their enemies. In the modern world, we understand political purges as headlines. For the Goths, the execution of the Roman general Stilicho is a mechanical removal of the primary kinetic barrier. You are standing in the Gothic camp near the Julian Alps when the news arrives. The only man capable of stopping Alaric has been beheaded by his own emperor. The sensory transition is one of sudden atmospheric release and predatory realignment. The air is charged, smelling of wet slate, ozone, and the metallic stench of fresh spilled imperial blood. The first rhythm of the Roman collapse is the physics of the hostility vacuum following Stilicho's death. The Roman government in Ravenna rhythmically authorizes a massacre of the families of the Gothic federates serving in the Roman army. This is the mechanical generation of the revenge fuel. You see 30,000 Gothic soldiersmen who were trained in Roman tactics rhythmically deserting the Roman ranks to join Alaric. This is the physics of the mass defection. The Gothic army rhythmically doubles in size in a matter of weeks. This is the biology of the sudden swelling. You feel the rhythmic thrum of 30,000 angry men marching toward your camp. This is the acoustic of the unified fury. Your modern mind would reel at the speed of this geopolitical flip. The second rhythm is the biology of the Ravenna stasis. Emperor Honorius is trapped behind the marshes of Ravenna. This is the mechanical insulation of the leadership. He is rhythmically incapable of engaging with the reality of the Gothic advance. This is the physics of the information lag. You see the Goths rhythmically bypassing the Roman fortifications. This is the mechanical realignment of the target. Alaric no longer aims for the Roman army. He aims for the Roman stomach, the city of Rome itself. This is the biology of the strategic hunger. You feel the rhythmic drive in your leg muscles as you march unchecked through the heart of Italy. This is the acoustic of the iron sandals on the Via Flaminia. The mechanical reality of the siege enclosure of Rome, the first of three, begins in late 408 AD. The Goths rhythmically circle the 12 miles of the Aurelian walls. This is the physics of the urban constriction. You are positioned at the Ostian Gate, rhythmically cutting the supply of grain from the docks. This is the chemistry of the caloric blockade. You see the Romans on the walls, rhythmically shrinking from starvation. This is the biology of the anthropophagy, cannibalism, that begins to fester inside the city. This is the acoustic of the hollow cry. You understand that the Goth is now the mechanical valve that controls weather. Rome breathes or suffocates. The visual rhythm of the gilded extortion follows the Roman surrender. To make the Goths move, the Roman Senate rhythmically strips the gold and silver from the statues of the gods. This is the mechanical deconstruction of the sacred infrastructure. You see the ancient idols rhythmically tossed into the melting pots. This is the chemistry of the desperate liquidation. Alaric demands 5,000 pounds of gold and 30,000 pounds of silver. This is the physics of the economic hemorrhage. You feel the rhythmic weight of the sacks of coins being passed from Roman hands to Gothic wagons. This is the acoustic of the great transfer. You realize that Rome is rhythmically buying its life with the dust of its grandeur. The boring necessity of the winter quartering in Tuscany follows the first siege. Because the Goths are now satiated with wealth, they rhythmically build semi-permanent shelters. This is the mechanical stabilization of the insurgency. You see a Goth rhythmically tiling a hut with captured Roman ceramics. You feel the rhythmic heat of the Tuscan wood fire. This is the biology of the comfort recovery. Your modern body, conditioned for central heating, rhythmically relaxes into the thermal buffer of the Italian villa. This is the acoustic of the crackling olive branch. The acoustic of the messenger gallop is the final forensic signature of the failed negotiations. You hear the rhythmic clatter of the horses as embassies move between Alaric and Ravenna. This is the acoustic of the futile diplomacy. Honorius rhythmically refuses to grant the Goths land. This is the mechanical failure of the compromise. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves watching a great power rhythmically commit suicide through arrogance. This is the physics of the institutional inertia. Your body is a hammer that Rome refuses to direct, so it must rhythmically fall on the empire's head. The chemistry of the adrenaline plateau follows the repeated broken promises. As Alaric rhythmically moves toward the second and third sieges, the Gothic warriors experience a systemic desensitization to Roman authority. This is the biology of the psychological rupture. You no longer respect the imperial name. This is the chemistry of the contempt. You understand that the Gothic heart has rhythmically hardened into a sovereign entity. This is the acoustic of the deep, guttural laugh. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is fueling its next phase, the mechanical dismantling of the eternal city. By the end of this hour of siege exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of predatory inevitability. You have seen the Roman defense rhythmically evaporate. You realize that the Goths are no longer refugees. They are the mechanical masters of the Italian peninsula. You grip the Roman gold ingot, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the metallic greed, and you understand that the Gothic momentum is locked in a fast, rhythmic spiral toward the sack of Rome. The acoustic of the Salarian Gate is the final mechanical signal. As the Goths rhythmically prepare to force the entry into Rome, you hear the sound of a millennium of history rhythmically cracking open. This is the acoustic of the unlocking. You realize that you are not looking at a crime. You are looking at the mechanical completion of a biological cycle. To survive the 3 days of August 410 AD as a Goth, you must experience the mechanical dismantling of a myth. For 800 years, no foreign enemy had breached the walls of the eternal city. For the Goth, the entry into Rome is not just a military victory, but a systemic deconstruction of imperial invincibility. You are standing at the Salarian Gate in the dead of night. The sensory transition is one of structural rupture and fire oxygen consumption. The air is volatile, smelling of burning cedar beams, ancient dust, and the ozone sharpness of static terror. The first rhythm of the sack is the physics of the inner breach. In the modern world, we think of a sack as a chaotic riot. For Alaric's Goths, it is a mechanical operation of targeted extraction. The Salarian gate is opened from the inside by slaves or sympathizers, rhythmically allowing the Gothic tide to flow through the valve of the masonry. This is the physics of the controlled ingress. You feel the rhythmic shudder of the massive bronze hinges as they groan against the pivots. This is the mechanical failure of the gate. You see the Gothic warriors rhythmically fan out into the gardens of Sallust. This is the mathematics of the urban distribution. Your modern brain would stutter at the sight of the center of the world being rhythmically entered without a stone being thrown. This is the acoustic of the unlocking. The second rhythm is the biology of the calculated restraint. Alaric, a Christian and a former Roman officer, rhythmically orders that the basilicas of St. Peter and St. Paul are sacrosanct refuges. This is the mechanical partitioning of the violence. You see the Goths rhythmically bypassing the cathedrals to target the palatial wealth. This is the chemistry of the selective plunder. You feel the rhythmic pulse of the sledgehammers striking the marble slabs of the Forum. This is the mechanical removal of the veneer. You realize that the Goth is not destroying Rome. He is harvesting its material excess. This is the biology of the parasitic culling. The mechanical reality of the precious metal extraction follows the entry. The Goths are not looking for art. They are looking for weight. This is the physics of the portable value. You see a Gothic warrior rhythmically stripping the silver sheathing from a statue. This is the chemistry of the metal separation. You feel the rhythmic heave as a golden candelabrum is loaded onto a wagon. This is the mechanical transfer of the imperial core. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the Goths is their ability to liquefy the architecture of power into the currency of survival. This is the acoustic of the clattering bullion. The visual rhythm of the smoke columns follows the localized fires. The Goths do not burn the city that would destroy the loot, but they rhythmically ignite the senators' houses to force the occupants to reveal their hidden hoards. This is the chemistry of the thermal coercion. You see the black smoke rhythmically rising into the Roman sky. This is the physics of the convection current. You feel the rhythmic heat against your face as the ancient timbers pop and spit. This is the acoustic of the structural incineration. You realize that Rome is rhythmically exhaling its history in the form of carbon soot. The boring necessity of the captive processing follows the 3-day window. The Goths rhythmically round up the Roman aristocracy for ransom. This is the mechanical generation of the political capital. You see the daughter of an emperor, Galla Placidia, being rhythmically escorted to the Gothic wagon train. This is the biology of the genetic capture. You feel the rhythmic tension of the prisoner lines. This is the physics of the human bondage. Your modern sense of justice would fracture at the sight of the Roman elite being rhythmically integrated into the Gothic logistical chain. The acoustic of the echoing Forum is the final forensic signature of the sack. On the 4th day, the Goths rhythmically depart. You hear the rhythmic clatter of the treasure wagons leaving the city through the Appian Way. This is the acoustic of the final withdrawal. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth in Rome involved witnessing the mechanical death of the idea of empire. The city is still standing, but its internal logic has been evacuated. This is the physics of the hollow shell. The chemistry of the adrenaline exhaustion follows the departure. As the Goths rhythmically move south toward Calabria, the warriors experience a systemic metabolic crash. This is the biology of the post-sack fatigue. You are weighted down by gold, but your body is screaming for water and sleep. This is the mechanical reality of the burden. You understand that the sack of Rome was a short, rhythmic burst that permanently altered the global trajectory. This is the acoustic of the heavy breathing. By the end of this hour of sack exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of existential vertigo. You have walked through the Vatican and the Forum as a master. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is hidden in this moment of peak impact. They shattered the heart of the world, and in doing so, they rhythmically began their own dispersal into the wider landscape. You grip the Roman coin bag, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the metallic weight, and you understand that the Gothic name is now burned into the mechanical memory of humanity. The acoustic of the Appian Road is the final mechanical signal. As the Gothic column rhythmically recedes into the distance, you hear the sound of a world rhythmically resetting itself around a new gravity. This is the acoustic of the transition. You realize that you are not looking at a triumph. You are looking at the mechanical beginning of the Middle Ages. To survive the late autumn of 410 AD as a Goth, you must confront the mechanical suddenness of mortality and the biological failure of a leader. Following the peak kinetic event of the sack of Rome, the Gothic nation moves south toward the tip of Italy, aiming for the grain-rich shores of Africa. This is the physics of the Mediterranean ambition. You are standing on the coast of Calabria. The sensory transition is one of atmosphere turbulence and biological decay. The air is ionized, smelling of salt spray, rotting kelp, and the metallic sink of a rising gale. The first rhythm of the Calabrian disaster is the physics of the hydrodynamic rejection. Alaric attempts to cross into Sicily using a fleet of requisitioned Roman ships. This is the mechanical adaptation of the land warrior. However, the Goths do not understand the fluid dynamics of the strait. A sudden high-energy storm rhythmically smashes the fleet against the rocky coast. This is the mechanical failure of the naval transport. You feel the rhythmic hammering of the wooden hulls. This is the physics of the structural disintegration. You see the Gothic cavalry rhythmically drowning in the chop. This is the acoustic of the maritime catastrophe. Your modern brain would seize at the sight of an empire-shattering army being rhythmically neutralized by the kinetic power of the sea. The second rhythm is the biology of the fever spike. Shortly after the naval failure, Alaric, the man who humbled Romus rhythmically, seized by a sudden, violent illness, likely malaria or a systemic infection. This is the chemistry of the physiological collapse. You see the Theoden's king rhythmically shivering in his tent. This is the mechanical failure of the thermoregulation. You feel the rhythmic panic in the Gothic camp as the biological anchor of the nation fades. This is the acoustic of the whispered terror. You realize that the Gothic momentum is rhythmically tethered to a single biological unit. When that unit fails, the nation stalls. This is the physics of the total dependency. The mechanical reality of the Bucento diversion follows Alaric's death. To prevent the Romans from desecrating the body, the Goths rhythmically engineer a tomb that no man can find. This is the physics of the hydrological engineering. You are part of a labor force that rhythmically diverts the course of the Bucento River. This is the mechanical manipulation of the landscape. You feel the rhythmic thud of the picks against the riverbed. This is the acoustic of the excavation. You see the king being rhythmically interred with the wealth of Rome in the dry channel. This is the chemistry of the submerged burial. Once the body is set, the river is rhythmically released back into its natural path. This is the physics of the hydraulic erasure. The visual rhythm of the execution of the witnesses follows the burial, to ensure the unexplained mystery of the tomb remains eternal. The Goths rhythmically kill the prisoners who performed the labor. This is the mechanical maintenance of the secret. You see the final witnesses rhythmically falling by the riverside. This is the acoustic of the forensic silence. You realize that the Goths are rhythmically erasing their own history to protect their identity. This is the biology of the paranoia. You understand that the lost tomb of Alaric is the physical manifestation of the Gothic ghost. The boring necessity of the succession transition follows the burial. The Goths rhythmically elect Alaric's brother-in-law, Aetholf, as the new leader. This is the mechanical reset of the command structure. You see the nation rhythmically turning its back on the south and preparing to march north toward Gaul, France. This is the physics of the positional reversal. You feel the rhythmic vibration of the wagon train as it starts its long return. This is the acoustic of the mechanical perseverance. Your modern mind would crumple under the weight of losing your leader and your fleet in 1 week. The acoustic of the flowing water is the final forensic signature of the Bucento. You hear the rhythmic rush of the river covering the king and the gold. This is the acoustic of the permanent burial. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves accepting that your greatest triumphs will be rhythmically swallowed by the earth. The Gothic king is now a geological feature. This is the physics of the sedimentation. Your body is a transient witness to a nation that lives through movement and dies in secret. The chemistry of the adrenaline recovery follows the departure from Calabria. As the Goths rhythmically re-enter the central Italian landscape, the warriors experience a systemic realignment of purpose. They are no longer seeking the sea. They are seeking a permanent settlement. This is the biology of the sedentary shift. You feel the rhythmic strength returning as you leave the malarial marshes of the south. This is the mechanical refueling of the spirit. You understand that the death of Alaric was a biological turning point that rhythmically directed the Goths toward Europe's future. By the end of this hour of morning exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of hydraulic awe. You have seen a river turned into a vault. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is grounded in this ability to vanish into the environment. They left no statues in Rome. They left a king in a river. You grip your spade, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the digging, and you understand that the Gothic legend is encoded in the fast, rhythmic flow of the Bucento. The acoustic of the northern wind is the final mechanical signal. As the Gothic column rhythmically marches away from the grave, you hear the sound of a people reinventing themselves. North of the Alps, this is the acoustic of the migration pulse. You realize that you are not looking at a funeral. You are looking at the mechanical rebirth of the Visigothic kingdom. To survive the year for 14 AD, as a Goth, you must navigate the mechanical and biological integration of the tribe into the high-status infrastructure of Gaul. Following the death of Alaric and the retreat from the Italian south, the Visigothic nation moves across the Alps into southern France. This is the physics of the territorial repositioning. You are standing in the city of Narbonne during the wedding of the new Gothic king Aetholf. to the Roman princess Galla Placidia. The sensory transition is one of textile softness and genetic fusion. The air is refined, smelling of frankincense, Roman lavender, and the yeast descent of Gallic wheattail. The first rhythm of the Gallic transition is the physics of the diplomatic shield. Aethelf realizes that the Goths cannot exist as a permanent war machine without a legal basis. This is the mechanical calibration of the sovereignty. By marrying Galla Placidia, the sister of Emperor Honorius Aethelf rhythmically hooks the Gothic identity into the Roman imperial line. This is the biology of the dynastic graft. You see the Gothic king rhythmically donning the Roman toga. This is the mechanical alteration of the tribal appearance. You feel the rhythmic shift in the social gravity. This is the acoustic of the political realignment. Your modern mind would recognize this as a corporate merger of two biological entities. The second rhythm is the biology of the hybrid air. In 415 AD, Galla Placidia gives birth to a son, Theodosius. This is the chemistry of the genetic synthesis. The child represents the unexplained mystery of the Goths reaching its molecular peak, a half-Goth, half-Roman, heir to the Western Empire. This is the mechanical integration of the bloodlines. You feel the rhythmic hope in the Gothic camp. This is the acoustic of the dynastic pulse. However, the child rhythmically expires within months. This is the biology of the infant mortality. You see the Goths rhythmically interring the child in a silver coffin. This is the chemistry of the finality. You realize that the Gothic-Roman fusion is rhythmically rejected by the biological reality of the era. The mechanical reality of the Gallic agriculture follows the settlement in Aquitaine. The Goths are no longer scavengers. They are now landowners under the hospitalitas system. This is the physics of the agrarian settlement. You see the Goths rhythmically dividing the Roman villas and farmlands. This is the mathematics of the two-thirds partition. You feel the rhythmic steadying of the nation. This is the acoustic of the sowing cycle. The wagon train rhythmically dissolves into fixed farmsteads. This is the biology of the sedentary conversion. You understand that the Goth is becoming a geographical component of France. The visual rhythm of the Narbonne court follows the settlement. The Goths rhythmically adopt the Roman bureaucracy. This is the mechanical simulation of the empire. You see Gothic warriors rhythmically acting as Roman magistrates. This is the chemistry of the institutional absorption. You feel the rhythmic weight of the parchment scrolls. This is the acoustic of the scribal scratch. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is hidden in this bureaucratic masking. They are rhythmically trading their spears for stili. This is the physics of the administrative shift. The boring necessity of the logistical bottleneck in the Pyrenees follows the move into Spain. Because the Roman government rhythmically cuts the grain supplies to Gaul, the Goths are forced to march south. This is the physics of the caloric pressure. You see the Goths rhythmically slaughtering their draft coxswain for meat. This is the chemistry of the starvation survival. You feel the rhythmic gnawing in your gut. This is the biology of the nutritional stress. Your modern metabolism would collapse under the rhythmic depletion of the Gallic famine. This is the acoustic of the empty granary. The acoustic of the Aethelf assassination is the final forensic signature of the Narbonne period. In 415 AD, Aethelf is rhythmically stabbed in his stables by a disgruntled groom. This is the mechanical failure of the leadership security. You hear the rhythmic clatter of the assassin's blade against the stone floor. This is the acoustic of the treason. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves watching your greatest kings rhythmically falling to internal friction. The Gothic king is rhythmically replaced by Leah. This is the physics of the violent succession. The chemistry of the blood atonement follows the assassination. As the Goths rhythmically execute the conspirators, the biology of the tribal justice returns. This is the chemistry of the retribution. You feel the rhythmic order restored through violence. This is the mechanical stabilization of the clan. You understand that the Gothic spirit is rhythmically oscillating between Roman law and tribal blood feud. This is the acoustic of the steel strike. You realize that the Gothic-Roman merger is a mechanical struggle that rhythmically burns both sides. By the end of this hour of integration exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of cultural confusion. You have seen a Goth in a toga and a Roman princess in a wagon. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is encoded in this fluid identity. They are no longer a pure tribe. They are a biological and legal hybrid. You grip the Roman-style sword with a Gothic hilt, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the mixed heritage, and you understand that the Gothic future is locked in the fast, rhythmic merging of the old world. As the Gothic column rhythmically marches toward the Iberian Peninsula, you hear the sound of a nation seeking its final home. This is the acoustic of the southern pulse. You realize that you are not looking at a retreat. You are looking at the mechanical preparation for the kingdom of Toledo to survive the year 418 AD. As a Goth, you must transition from a mobile refugee biomass to a structural architect of the European landscape. Following the return from Spain, the Goths are granted the province of Aquitania Secunda, with Toulouse as their administrative hub. This is the physics of the sedentary crystallization. You are standing in the outskirts of Toulouse, witnessing the transformation of a Roman provincial city into a Gothic capital. The sensory transition is one of fresh timber, drying mortar, and the heavy scent of tax grain. The first rhythm of the Toulouse kingdom is the physics of the sorties, the allotments. Under the new treaty, the Goths are not just guests, they are partners in the land. This is the mechanical division of the economic base. You see Gothic families rhythmically measuring out 2/3 of the Roman estates, known as the sorties. This is the mathematics of the land partition. You feel the rhythmic thud of the wooden stakes being driven into the Gallic soil. This is the mechanical boundary setting. You realize that the Goth is no longer a wanderer. He is a geographic stakeholder. This is the acoustic of the property claim. Your modern mind would recognize this as the legal foundation of the medieval feudal system. The second rhythm is the biology of the fiscs, the state granaries. The Goths rhythmically take over the Roman tax collection infrastructure. This is the mechanical capture of the revenue stream. You see the Gothic officials rhythmically weighing the grain deliveries at the city gates. This is the chemistry of the caloric accumulation. You feel the rhythmic steadying of the tribe's nutrition. This is the acoustic of the full silo. The Gothic king, now Theodoric I, rhythmically distributes this grain to his commoditas elite warriors. This is the biology of the patronage. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is being solved through bureaucratic incorporation. They are rhythmically replacing gold loot with wheat travaune. The mechanical reality of the Toulouse palace follows the settlement. The Goths do not live in huts here. They rhythmically occupy the Roman governor's mansions. This is the physics of the structural reuse. You see Gothic smiths rhythmically repairing the hypocaust system's underfloor heating. This is the chemistry of the thermal maintenance. You feel the rhythmic warmth of the Roman stone beneath your Gothic boots. This is the biology of the comfort adaptation. Your modern body would note the seamless transition as the Goths adopt the mechanical comforts of the classical world. This is the acoustic of the domestic clatter. The visual rhythm of the Gothic law code follows the reign of Theodoric. The Goths realize that they need a written foundation to govern a mixed population of Goths and Romans. This is the mechanical generation of the jurisprudence. You see Gothic scribes rhythmically writing the Edictum Theodorici. This is the chemistry of the Incan vellum. You feel the rhythmic weight of the law books. This is the acoustic of the scribal scratch. You understand that the lost Goths are rhythmically vanishing into the Latin alphabet. This is the physics of the intellectual integration. They are trading their oral traditions for Roman statutes. The boring necessity of the wall reinforcement follows the threat of the Franks and Huns. Toulouse must be turned into a mechanical fortress. This is the physics of the defensive architecture. You see the Goths rhythmically hauling limestone blocks to strengthen the Roman curtains. This is the mathematics of the structural load. You feel the rhythmic strain in your arms as you hoist the crenellations. This is the acoustic of the masonry strike. You realize that the Gothic kingdom is a hard-shell entity in a fluid landscape. This is the biology of the territorial defense. The acoustic of the Aryan chant is the final forensic signature of the Toulouse period. The Goths maintain their Aryan Christian identity as a mechanical barrier against biological assimilation with the Catholic Romans. This is the physics of the ideological insulation. You hear the rhythmic drone of the Gothic liturgy from the Aryan cathedrals. This is the acoustic of the cultural separation. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth in Toulouse involves navigating this dual society. You are a Gothic warrior living in a Roman city, governed by a Germanic king using Latin law. This is the mechanical reality of the protostate. The chemistry of the Gallic wine trade follows the stabilization as the Goths rhythmically reopen the trade routes to the Mediterranean. The biology of the luxury consumption returns. This is the chemistry of the ethanol exchange. You feel the rhythmic vibration of the wine amphorae on the Garonne river barges. This is the mechanical flow of the commerce. You understand that the Gothic king is rhythmically becoming a commercial broker. This is the acoustic of the pouring liquid. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is grounded in this economic transformation. By the end of this hour of kingdom exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of structural permanence. You are no longer a refugee. You are a citizen of a Visigothic kingdom that spans from the Loire to the Pyrenees. You realize that the Goths have rhythmically built a working model for the future of Europe. You grip the Roman-style ledger, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the administrative tension. And you understand that the Gothic identity is encoded in the fast, rhythmic construction of the Toulouse walls. The acoustic of the Garonne River is the final mechanical signal. As the water rhythmically flows past the Gothic capital, you hear the sound of a nation that has finally stopped moving. This is the acoustic of the foundation. You realize that you are not looking at a camp. You are looking at the mechanical blueprint for the medieval realm. To survive the year for 51 AD as a Goth, you must experience the ultimate mechanical collision of the 5th century, the Battle of the Catalaunian Fields. This is the moment the unexplained mystery of the Goths shifts from internal settlement to the external defense of Western civilization. In the modern world, we understand total war through industrial output. For the Visigoth, this battle is a kinetic climax of massed cavalry and shield wall resiliency. You are standing on a ridge in the Champagne region of Gaul. The sensory transition is one of atmospheric dust saturation and seismic tremor. The air is dense, smelling of horse urine, crushed grass, and the burning copper of massed iron armor. The first rhythm of the Catalaunian collision is the physics of the coalition geometry. The Visigothic King Theodoric I must rhythmically align his tribal forces with the Roman general Idius. This is the mechanical integration of divergent military philosophies. The Goths occupy the right wing while the Romans hold the left. This is the mathematics of the tactical balance. You feel the rhythmic weight as the two massive armies calibrate their spatial distribution on the plain. This is the physics of the positional tension. You realize that the Goth is no longer a rebel. He is now the structural pillar of the imperial defense. This is the acoustic of the unified breath. The second rhythm is the biology of the Hunnish vortex impact. Attila's Huns rhythmically launch a high-velocity assault on the center of the line. This is the mechanical release of the step kinetic energy. You feel the rhythmic shock wave through the ground as thousands of Hunnish horses hammer the earth. This is the acoustic of the cavalry thunder. As the Huns rhythmically discharge their composite bows, the air becomes visually occluded by arrows. This is the physics of the projectile density. You watch the Gothic ranks rhythmically absorb the impact. This is the biology of the shield wall endurance. The mechanical reality of the Theodoric fall follows the Hunnish charge. During the chaotic melee, the aging Visigothic king Theodoric I is rhythmically thrown from his horse and trampled by his own cavalry. This is the physics of the gravity-assisted fatality. You see the king rhythmically vanishing beneath the hooves. This is the mechanical failure of the leadership platform. You feel the rhythmic surge of panic threatening to shatter the Gothic line. This is the biology of the moral stress. However, his son Thoresmund rhythmically seizes the command. This is the acoustic of the battlefield succession. You understand that the Gothic machine rhythmically recovers through kinship redundancy. The visual rhythm of the Gothic countercharge occurs as the sun begins to set. Thoresmund rhythmically leads the cavalry from the high ground down into the Hunnish flank. This is the physics of the gravitational acceleration. You are part of this downward pulse. This is the mechanical conversion of the potential energy. You feel the rhythmic jolt as your lance meets the resistance of Hunnish leather. This is the chemistry of the impic force. You watch the Huns rhythmically reeling back toward their wagon fort. This is the acoustic of the retreat. You realize that the Gothic cavalry is the primary kinetic engine of the victory. The boring necessity of the post-battle burial follows the cessation of combat. The plains of Champagne are rhythmically littered with the bodies of 165,000 men. This is the biology of the mass mortality. You see the Goths rhythmically searching for the body of their king. This is the mechanical retrieval of the sacred unit. When they find him, they rhythmically carry him on his shield. This is the acoustic of the dirge. You feel the rhythmic weight of the dead, altering the local ecology. This is the chemistry of the soil nitrogen spike. Your modern sense of hygiene would fracture at the rhythmic scale of this decomposition. The acoustic of the Attila retreat is the final forensic signature of the battle. You hear the rhythmic clatter of the Hunnish wagons fleeing toward the east. This is the acoustic of the broken invincibility. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves saving the empire that once betrayed you. The Goths have rhythmically earned their right to rule Gaul. This is the physics of the meritocratic legitimacy. Your body is no longer a refugee unit. It is a triumphant pillar of the Western world. The chemistry of the victory lactate follows the end of the day. As the warriors rhythmically decompress from the kill zone, their muscles experience a systemic metabolic burn. This is the biology of the post-combat fatigue. You feel the rhythmic tremor in your shield arm. This is the mechanical aftershock of the vibration. You understand that the Catalaunian Fields was the rhythmic climax of the Gothic-Hunnish rivalry. This is the acoustic of the heavy sigh. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is hidden in this moment of heroic shielding. By the end of this hour of battle exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of structural honor. You have seen the scourge of God rhythmically repelled. You realize that the Goths are now the mechanical guardians of the classical legacy. You grip the broken Hunnish arrow, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the final impact, and you understand that the Gothic legend is cemented in the fast, rhythmic blood soak of the Catalaunian plains. The acoustic of the Gothic victory trumpet is the final mechanical signal. As the sound rhythmically echoes over the ridge, you hear the sound of a people who have finally become the masters of their destiny. This is the acoustic of the sovereignty. You realize that you are not looking at a massacre. You are looking at the mechanical birth of the medieval knightly class. To survive the year for 76 AD as a Goth, you must experience the mechanical transition from a Federate ally to a fully independent imperial successor. While the Western Roman Empire officially collapses in Italy, the Visigothic king, Eric, rhythmically fills the power vacuum. This is the physics of the geopolitical expansion. You are standing in the palace at Toulouse, witnessing the drafting of the Codex Iuris. The sensory transition is one of ink's saturated vellum and the dry scent of territorial deeds. The first rhythm of the Uric era is the physics of the kinetic expansion wave. Uric does not wait for Roman permission. He rhythmically launches military strikes across the Pyrenees into Spain and northward toward the Loire. This is the mechanical generation of the Visigothic hegemony. You see the Gothic cavalry rhythmically occupying key Roman administrative centers like Arles and Tarraco. This is the mathematics of the urban consolidation. You feel the rhythmic steadying of the Gothic borders. This is the acoustic of the expanding footfall. You realize that the Goth is no longer settling. He is ruling. This is the biology of the sovereign maturity. The second rhythm is the biology of the legal codification. Uric realizes that a vast kingdom cannot be held by the sword alone. It requires the mechanical governance of the written word. He commissions the first formal Gothic law code. This is the chemistry of the social stabilization. You see the Gothic jurists rhythmically merging tribal customs with Roman civil law. This is the mechanical integration of the Germanic and Latin mind. You feel the rhythmic weight of the codex. This is the acoustic of the legal finality. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is being hardened into statutory reality. This is the physics of the permanent order. The mechanical reality of the stone fortification follows the expansion. As Uric rhythmically absorbs the Roman limes' border defenses, the Goths become the maintainers of the classical walls. This is the physics of the structural inheritance. You see Gothic engineers rhythmically calculating the load-bearing capacity of old Roman masonry. This is the chemistry of the mortar binding. You feel the rhythmic vibration of the chisel against the limestone. This is the acoustic of the architectural persistence. You realize that the Gothic kingdom is rhythmically retrofitting the empire. This is the biology of the institutional graft. The visual rhythm of the Arian cathedrals follows the religious independence. Erik uses Arian Christianity as a mechanical tool to keep his Gothic elite biologically and socially distinct from the Catholic Gallo-Roman population. This is the physics of the socio-religious segregation. You see the Gothic nobility rhythmically gathering in Arian basilicas. This is the chemistry of the tribal cohesion. You feel the rhythmic pulse of the Gothic liturgy. This is the acoustic of the doctrinal barrier. You understand that the Goths are rhythmically resisting cultural dissolution through theological rigidity. This is the biology of the elite insulation. The boring necessity of the tax registration follows the territorial growth. To fund his high-intensity military, Erik rhythmically updates the Roman tax rolls. This is the mechanical extraction of the agrarian wealth. You see Gothic auditors rhythmically inspecting vineyards and grain fields. This is the mathematics of the fiscal revenue. You feel the rhythmic strain in your hands from counting the sun. This is the acoustic of the monetary flow. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth now involves managing a complex financial machine. Your body is no longer a warrior unit. It is a state administrator. The acoustic of the messenger relay is the final forensic signature of the Erik period. You hear the rhythmic gallop of the royal messengers connecting Toulouse to the Atlantic and the Mediterranean. This is the acoustic of the centralized power. You realize that the Goths have rhythmically re-established a functioning communication network across Western Europe. This is the physics of the information velocity. Your modern mind would recognize this as the restoration of connectivity after the imperial collapse. The chemistry of the royal link follows the signing of the treaties, as Erik rhythmically dictates his terms to the Roman remnants and the Franks. The biology of the leadership will manifest as documentary evidence. This is the chemistry of the political transformation. You feel the rhythmic certainty of the Gothic state. This is the mechanical stabilization of the realm. You understand that the Erik expansion was the rhythmic crystallization of the Gothic destiny. This is the acoustic of the scribed name. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is grounded in this moment of total sovereignty. By the end of this hour of kingdom expansion, you are vibrating with a sense of imperial success. You have seen the Gothic name rhythmically subsume the Roman identity in Gaul. You realize that the Goths are now the mechanical heirs of the West. You grip the vellum scroll, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the legal precision, and you understand that the Gothic kingdom is built on the fast, rhythmic writing of the New World's laws. The acoustic of the Toulouse-Garth is the final mechanical signal. As the sun rhythmically sets over the capital of the West, you hear the sound of a nation that is no longer fleeing, but planning for the next 1,000 years. This is the acoustic of the empire. You realize that you are not looking at a barbarian state. You are looking at the mechanical blueprint for the modern European nation. To survive the year 507 AD as a Goth, you must experience the mechanical failure of the Toulouse kingdom under the weight of a new kinetic force, the Franks. For nearly a century, the Visigoths held the hegemony of Gaul, but the rise of Clovis and his conversion to Catholic Christianity creates a biological and tactical divergence. You are standing on the plains of Vouille, near Poitiers. The sensory transition is one of rain-saturated clay and the heavy scent of wet iron. The first rhythm of the Vouille disaster is the physics of the infantry-cavalry disconnect. The Visigothic military, increasingly reliant on high-status heavy cavalry, faces a Frankish army composed of dense, aggressive infantry equipped with the Francisca throwing axe. This is the mechanical asymmetry of the battlefield. You see the Franks rhythmically advancing through the Gallic mud. This is the physics of the friction resistance. You feel the rhythmic weight of the Gothic riders. This is the acoustic of the tactical stagnation. You realize that the Gothic machine has become rhythmically rigid, while the Frankish machine is fluid and violent. This is the biology of the combative evolution. The second rhythm is the biology of the religious insurgency. Clovis uses the Catholic identity of the Gallo-Roman population to rhythmically undermine the Arian Gothic rule. This is the chemistry of the internal subversion. You feel the rhythmic hostility of the local villagers as the Gothic army marches past. This is the acoustic of the social fracture. You understand that the Goths are now rhythmically isolated within their own kingdom. This is the physics of the structural isolation. When the collision begins, the Gallo-Romans rhythmically refuse to support the Gothic defense. This is the mechanical failure of the logistical tale. The mechanical reality of the Franciscan impact follows the initial engagement. As the Franks close the distance, they rhythmically discharge their axes in a synchronized volley. This is the physics of the chaotic ballistics. The Francisca is designed to bounce unpredictably off the ground before striking the Gothic horses. This is the mathematics of the kinetic chaos. You see the Gothic cavalry rhythmically collapsing as their mounts are lamed by the spinning iron. This is the mechanical disruption of the charge. You feel the rhythmic impact of the axe against your shield. This is the acoustic of the splintering wood. The visual rhythm of the kingslaying occurs in the center of the melee. Clovis personally, rhythmically seeks out the Visigothic king, Alaric II. This is the mechanical pursuit of the command node. In a high-energy clash of swords, Clovis rhythmically kills Alaric II. This is the physics of the decapitation strike. You see the Gothic standard rhythmically falling into the mud. This is the acoustic of the sovereignty loss. You feel the rhythmic panic cascading through the Gothic ranks. This is the biology of the systemic collapse. You understand that the Toulouse kingdom is rhythmically dying on this field. The boring necessity of the Pyrenea flight follows the defeat. The Gothic nation rhythmically abandons Toulouse and Bordeaux, fleeing south toward the safety of the Spanish mountains. This is the physics of the forced displacement. You are part of a wagon train rhythmically struggling through the mountain passes in the rain. This is the mechanical strain of the retreat. You feel the rhythmic ache of lost status. This is the chemistry of the defeat cortisol. Your modern sense of home would shatter at the rhythmic speed with which century-old estates are surrendered to the Franks. This is the acoustic of the abandoned hearth. The acoustic of the Frankish shout is the final forensic signature of the Gallic loss. You hear the rhythmic bellow of the Frankish victors claiming the lands of Aquitaine. This is the acoustic of the territorial theft. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves accepting that your Gallic identity has been rhythmically erased. The Goths are rhythmically reduced to their Iberian possessions. This is the physics of the geographical contraction. Your body is no longer a Gallic lord. It is an exiled unit searching for a new center. The chemistry of the adrenaline recovery in the Pyrenea valleys follows the flight. As the Goths rhythmically huddle in the high-altitude passes, the warriors experience a systemic metabolic resetting. This is the biology of the survival mode. You feel the rhythmic cold of the granite slopes. This is the mechanical hardening of the resolve. You understand that the Vui disaster was the rhythmic culling of the Gothic excess. This is the acoustic of the labored breath. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is moving into its Spanish phase. By the end of this hour of defeat exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of kinetic loss. You have seen the Toulouse kingdom rhythmically disintegrate in a single day. You realize that the Goths are now the mechanical underdogs of Europe. You grip the broken spatha, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the retreat shakes, and you understand that the Gothic future is dependent on the fast, rhythmic fortification of the Toledo heartland. The acoustic of the south wind is the final mechanical signal as the Gothic column rhythmically descends into the Iberian plains. You hear the sound of a people preparing to reinvent themselves in the sun. This is the acoustic of the Iberian pulse. You realize that you are not looking at a death. You are looking at the mechanical refocusing of the Visigothic destiny. To survive the year 508 AD as a Goth, you must experience the mechanical reunification of the fragmented Gothic world. Following the collapse at Vui, the Visigoths are on the verge of total biological erasure by the Franks. Their salvation comes from the east, from the Ostrogothic kingdom in Italy, ruled by the most powerful man in Europe, Theodoric the Great. This is the physics of the dynastic rescue. You are standing on the Mediterranean coast near Arles, witnessing the arrival of the Ostrogothic relief force. The sensory transition is one of polished steel and the oily scent of professional cavalry. The first rhythm of the intervention is the physics of the equestrian reinforcement. Unlike the battered Visigothic units, the Ostrogothic cavalry has been rhythmically hardened by years of imperial service in the Balkans. They rhythmically deploy from the Italian passes into southern Gaul. This is the mechanical stability of the professional elite. You see the Ostrogothic riders rhythmically driving the Franks back from the coast. This is the physics of the counter-momentum. You feel the rhythmic weight of the Frankish infantry as they realize they are no longer facing a broken foe, but a surgical military machine. This is the acoustic of the tactical reversal. You realize that the Goth is no longer a victim. He is once again a predatory superpower. The second rhythm is the biology of the Pangothic protectorate. This is the chemistry of the blood consolidation. For a brief window of 15 years, the two Gothic nations are rhythmically merged into a single superstate stretching from the Danube to the Atlantic. This is the mechanical integration of the Gothic diaspora. You feel the rhythmic steadying of the Iberian borders. This is the acoustic of the administrative restoration. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is being postponed by this moment of hegemonic unity. The mechanical reality of the Riveneto-Lido axis follows the intervention. Theodoric rhythmically sends Italian Gothic administrators to Spain to repair the tax infrastructure. This is the physics of the logistical export. You see the Visigoths rhythmically learning the advanced accounting of the Ostrogoths. This is the chemistry of the intellectual cross-pollination. You feel the rhythmic precision of the new governance. This is the acoustic of the efficient state. Your modern mind would recognize this as a system update delivered by a technologically superior branch of the same corporation. The visual rhythm of the Palatendicent Trule occurs as Theodoric governs Spain from his palace in Ravenna. He rhythmically issues decrees that balance the interests of Goths and Romans. This is the physics of the centralized balancing. You see the Gothic elite in Spain rhythmically sending tribute to Italy. This is the mechanical flow of the imperial wealth. You feel the rhythmic gravity of Ravenna pulling on the Iberian Peninsula. This is the acoustic of the imperial echo. You realize that the Gothic kingdom is no longer a local power. It is a global player. This is the biology of the geopolitical ambition. The boring necessity of the harbor maintenance follows the stabilization of the Mediterranean ports. The Goths rhythmically repair the Roman piers in Narbonne and Barcelona to facilitate the Italian grain trade. This is the physics of the maritime connectivity. You see Gothic laborers rhythmically hauling amphorae from ships. This is the chemistry of the Mediterranean commerce. You feel the rhythmic splash of the bilgewater. This is the acoustic of the thriving port. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth now involves managing the intercontinental supply chain. Your body is no longer a refugee unit. It is a mercantile guard. The acoustic of the Theodoric diplomacy is the final forensic signature of this period. You hear the rhythmic gallop of envoys traveling between the Vandals in Africa, the Burgundians in the Alps, and the Franks in the north. This is the acoustic of the Pax Gothica. You realize that the Goths have rhythmically created a system of alliances that stabilizes the post-Roman West. Your modern sense of peace would find comfort in this moment of structural order. The chemistry of the adrenaline plateau follows the cessation of the Frankish wars. As the Goths rhythmically settle into their new role as imperial successors, the warriors experience a systemic metabolic calm. This is the biology of the Golden Age. You feel the rhythmic strength of a nation that knows it is safe. This is the mechanical hardening of the status quo. You understand that the Ostrogothic intervention was the rhythmic salvation of the Gothic name. This is the acoustic of the confident laugh. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is moving into its Toledan consolidation. By the end of this hour of unity exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of imperial pride. You have seen the two Gothic branches rhythmically interlock to hold the world. You realize that the Goths are now the mechanical architects of Europe. You grip the silver denarius with Theodoric's face, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the monetary trust, and you understand that the Gothic future is built on the fast, rhythmic coordination of the entire West. The acoustic of the Ravenna chimes is the final mechanical signal. As the sound rhythmically carries across the sea to Spain, you hear the sound of a people who have finally achieved the grandeur of Rome without losing their Gothic steel. This is the acoustic of the peak sovereign. You realize that you are not looking at a tribe. You are looking at the mechanical prototype for the unified European empire. To survive the mid-6th century as a Goth, you must experience the final physical shift of your people as they abandon the Gallic plains and commit fully to the Iberian Peninsula. Following the death of Theodoric the Great and the fracturing of the Pangothic Union, the Visigoths are forced to rhythmically retrench south of the Pyrenees. This is the physics of the geopolitical distillation. You are standing on the central plateau of Spain, the Meseta. The sensory transition is one of arid dust and the high-altitude chill of granite peaks. The air is sharp, smelling of wild thyme, roasted goat, and the dry salt of alkaline soil. The first rhythm of the Toledo transition is the physics of the interior concentration. For decades, the Goths clustered in coastal Gaul. Now, they rhythmically migrate toward the rugged center of Spain. This is the mechanical search for a defensible core. You see the Gothic wagons rhythmically climbing the steep tracks of the Sierra de Guadarrama. This is the mathematics of the vertical ascent. You feel the rhythmic strain in your calf muscles as the air becomes thinner. This is the biology of the altitude adaptation. You realize that the Goth is no longer a maritime power. He is becoming a highland guardian. This is the acoustic of the echoing pass. The second rhythm is the biology of the Hispanic integration. As the Goths rhythmically settle in the Central Plains, they encounter the Hispano-Roman population, a society that has remained largely intact since the Roman era. This is the chemistry of the demographic layering. Unlike the violent collisions in Gaul, the move into the Meseta is a mechanical interleaving of rural estates. You see Gothic soldiers rhythmically marrying the daughters of local landowners. This is the biology of the genetic absorption. You feel the rhythmic steadying of the village life. This is the acoustic of the combined language. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is moving into its final hybrid state. The mechanical reality of the Toledo fortress follows the settlement. The city of Toledo, perched on a granite gorge above the Tagus River, is rhythmically chosen as the new capital. This is the physics of the natural stronghold. You see Gothic masons rhythmically carving the city gates directly into the stone face. This is the mathematics of the kinetic obstruction. You feel the rhythmic heat of the Spanish sun baking the masonry. This is the chemistry of the thermal inertia. You realize that Toledo is not just a city. It is a mechanical lock that controls the Iberian heart. This is the acoustic of the river roar. The visual rhythm of the Meseta agriculture follows the shift in diet. The Goths must rhythmically adapt their northern farming techniques to the peakic cycles of the Iberian drought. This is the physics of the hydraulic scarcity. You see Gothic farmers rhythmically digging irrigation channels, acequias, based on local Roman models. This is the chemistry of the soil moisture method. You feel the rhythmic cracking of the parched earth. This is the biology of the nutritional stress. Your modern body would struggle with the rhythmic shift from lush Gallic wheat to hard Iberian barley and olives. This is the acoustic of the threshing floor. The boring necessity of the Arian clerical resistance follows the cultural isolation. To keep the Gothic elite from rhythmically vanishing into the Catholic population, the Arian Church in Toledo rhythmically enforces linguistic and liturgical purity. This is the physics of the institutional barrier. You see Gothic nobles rhythmically reciting the Gothic Bible of Ulfilas. This is the chemistry of the cultural preservation. You feel the rhythmic tension at the city gates where Goths and Romans meet. This is the acoustic of the bilingual friction. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves navigating this fragile social geometry. The acoustic of the shepherd's flute is the final forensic signature of the Meseta period. You hear the rhythmic bells of the transhumance herds as the Goths adopt the seasonal migration of sheep and cattle. This is the acoustic of the pastoral economy. You realize that the Goths have rhythmically merged their ancient steppe roots with the Iberian landscape. This is the physics of the economic convergence. Your body is no longer a warrior unit. It is a land steward. This is the biology of the environmental integration. The chemistry of the Castilian dust follows the long march. As the Goths rhythmically inhale the fine silt of the Spanish plains, their lungs experience a systemic mineralization. This is the biology of the geographic imprint. You feel the rhythmic grit between your teeth. This is the mechanical reality of the Meseta. you understand that the migration into Iberia was the rhythmic finalization of the Gothic journey. This is the acoustic of the wind howl. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is grounded in this dust-saturated identity. By the end of this hour of Spanish exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of arid resilience. You have seen the Gothic name rhythmically root itself in the Iberian rock. You realize that the Goths are no longer visitors. They are the mechanical masters of the peninsula. You grip the granite pommel of your sword, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the stone ache, and you understand that the Visigothic kingdom is built on the fast, rhythmic endurance of the Spanish sun. The acoustic of the Tagus current is the final mechanical signal. As the water rhythmically carves its path through the Gothic capital, you hear the sound of a people who have finally found their enduring home. This is the acoustic of the geological permanence. You realize that you are not looking at a migration. You are looking at the mechanical birth of Spain. To survive the late 6th century as a Goth, you must experience the mechanical crystallization of a true nation-state. King Leovigild is the engineer of the modern Visigothic identity, the man who realized that the unexplained mystery of his people would vanish if they did not become the structural skeleton of Iberia. This is the physics of the monolithic consolidation. You are standing in the throne room at Toledo, witnessing the birth of the Codex Revistus. The sensory transition is one of iron discipline and the sharp scent of Hasidokink. The first rhythm of the Leovigild era is the physics of the kinetic unification. For a century, the Iberian Peninsula was a fractured mechanical system, split between Goths, Romans, Suabi, and Byzantines. Leovigild rhythmically launches a series of high-energy military campaigns to shatter these competing nodes. This is the mechanical removal of the geopolitical friction. You see the Gothic army rhythmically absorbing the kingdom of the Suabi in the northwest. This is the mathematics of the territorial integration. You feel the rhythmic steadying of the entire peninsula. This is the acoustic of the unified footstep. You realize that the Goth is no longer an occupier. He is the sole mechanical operator of Spain. The second rhythm is the biology of the intermarriage activation. In a move of radical social engineering, Leovigild rhythmically repeals the ancient Roman law that prohibited Goths from marrying Romans. This is the chemistry of the social catalyst. He realizes that the Gothic elite must biologically merge with the Hispano-Roman population to create a new ruling class. This is the mechanical integration of the genetic stock. You see the Gothic nobility rhythmically interbreeding with the Roman aristocracy. This is the biology of the synthetic identity. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is being processed through the molecular fusion of the Iberian people. The mechanical reality of the royal Byzantinization follows the reform. Leovigild rhythmically adopts the symbols of Byzantine imperial power, the crown, the scepter, and the purple robe. This is the physics of the visual sovereignty. He is the first Gothic king to rhythmically strike gold coins that do not feature the face of the Roman emperor, but his own. This is the chemistry of the monetary independence. You feel the rhythmic weight of the Tremisus coin. This is the acoustic of the economic ego. You understand that the Goths are rhythmically replacing the imperial ghost with a concrete Gothic reality. This is the biology of the subfactualization. The visual rhythm of the Recopolis construction follows the royal ambition. Leovigild rhythmically founds a new city from scratch, the only new urban center built in the West. during the Dark Ages. This is the physics of the urban creation. You see Gothic architects rhythmically laying quarried stone for the Palatine complex. This is the mathematics of the monumental scale. You feel the rhythmic jolt of the mason's mallet. This is the acoustic of the civilization building. You realize that the Goths are rhythmically proving they can create the mechanical infrastructure of empire, not just inherit it. The boring necessity of the legal writing follows the social merger. The Codex Re-Visus rhythmically aligns the law for both Goths and Romans. This is the mechanical generation of the common subject. You see Gothic legal clerks rhythmically erasing the ethnic distinctions in the court records. This is the chemistry of the legal erasure. You feel the rhythmic slide of the quill. This is the acoustic of the bureaucratic symmetrization. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves accepting that your identity is now rhythmically tied to the territory of Spain rather than the blood of the tribe. The acoustic of the Hermenegild rebellion is the final forensic signature of the Arian period. Leovigild's own son, Hermenegild, rhythmically converts to Catholicism and rebels. This is the mechanical failure of the dynastic core. You hear the rhythmic clash of Goth against Goth in the siege of Seville. This is the acoustic of the civil fragility. You realize that the Aryan identity is rhythmically collapsing from within. This is the physics of the theological obsolescence. Your body is a mechanical witness to the death of the old Gothic religion. This is the biology of the spiritual transition. The chemistry of the royal purge follows the defeat of the rebellion. As Leovigild rhythmically executes the disloyal nobles, the biology of the absolute monarchy hardens. This is the chemistry of the political purity. You feel the rhythmic fear in the Toledo palace. This is the mechanical stabilization of the autocracy. You understand that the Leovigild reform was the rhythmic forging of the Spanish state. This is the acoustic of the dropping blade. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is grounded in this moment of ruthless efficiency. By the end of this hour of reform exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of totalitarian clarity. You have seen the Gothic name rhythmically cement its control over the entire peninsula. You realize that the Goths are now the mechanical architects of Hispania. You grip the new gold coin, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the sovereign power, and you understand that the Visigothic crown is built on the fast, rhythmic suppression of dissent. The acoustic of the Toledo bells is the final mechanical signal. As the sound rhythmically echoes from the granite heights, you hear the sound of a people who have finally closed the chapter on their migratory past. This is the acoustic of the final settlement. You realize that you are not looking at a kingdom. You are looking at the mechanical birth of the Spanish nation-state to survive the year 589 AD as a Goth. You must experience the final biological and spiritual dissolution of the tribal barrier. For over 2 centuries, Arian Christianity served as the mechanical insulation that kept the Goths distinct from their Roman subjects. Under King Leovigild, the son of Leovigild, this insulation is rhythmically stripped away. This is the physics of the total cultural integration. You are standing in the great Basilica of Toledo during the Third Council. The sensory transition is one of heavy incense and the acoustic shift of a new liturgy. The air is dense, smelling of beeswax, old parchment, and the salt scent of ritual water. The first rhythm of the conversion is the physics of the theological surrender record. Realizes that the Arian faith is a mechanical liability that prevents the Gothic monarchy from fully accessing the power of the Catholic Church. He rhythmically declares his conversion and orders his nobility to follow. This is the mechanical removal of the eidetic buffer. You see the Gothic bishops rhythmically renouncing their old creeds. This is the chemistry of the dogmatic recoding. You feel the rhythmic shock in the Gothic camp. This is the acoustic of the breaking tradition. You realize that the Goth is no longer separate. He is rhythmically merging with the religious infrastructure of the majority. This is the biology of the social osmosis. The second rhythm is the biology of the genpool, unlocking, with the removal of the religious barrier. The final mechanical restriction on intermarriage is rhythmically erased. This is the chemistry of the mass hybridization. You see the Gothic nobility and the Hispano-Roman aristocracy rhythmically collapsing into a single biological class. This is the mechanical integration of the landowning elite. You feel the rhythmic steadying of the social order. This is the acoustic of the shared table. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is reaching its final resolution through the extinction of the tribal distinction. The mechanical reality of the ecclesiastical governance follows the conversion. The Catholic bishops rhythmically become the primary advisors to the Gothic king. This is the physics of the shared sovereignty. You see the church councils rhythmically writing the laws of the kingdom. This is the mathematics of the legal consolidation. You feel the rhythmic weight of the canon law superimposed on the Gothic code. This is the chemistry of the bureaucratic fusion. You realize that the Gothic state is no longer a warrior-led tribe. It is a church-legitimized monarchy. This is the acoustic of the chanted decree. The visual rhythm of the votive crowns follows the royal devotion. Record and his successors rhythmically commission massive jewel-encrusted crowns of gold to hang over the altars of the cathedrals. This is the physics of the sacrificial wealth. You see the Gothic gold being rhythmically locked into the fixed geometry of the church. This is the chemistry of the material transmutation. You feel the rhythmic glow of the sapphires and pearls. This is the acoustic of the clinking gold chains. You understand that the Gothic treasure is now rhythmically serving the imperial religion. This is the biology of the institutional devotion. The boring necessity of the Arian purge follows the council. Those Gothic nobles who rhythmically refuse to convert are rhythmically stripped of their lands and titles. This is the mechanical removal of the dissenting nodes. You see the old Gothic Bibles rhythmically burned in the public squares. This is the chemistry of the cultural incineration. You feel the rhythmic heat of the pyres. This is the acoustic of the roaring flame. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves watching your ancestral memory being rhythmically deleted by your own king. This is the physics of the forced evolution. The acoustic of the Latin Mass is the final forensic signature of the 589 AD shift. You hear the rhythmic drone of the Latin prayer replacing the Gothic tongue in the court. This is the acoustic of the linguistic extinction. You realize that the Gothic language is rhythmically vanishing into the classical vocabulary. This is the physics of the communication shift. Your body is no longer a Germanic entity. It is a Latino-Gothic subject. This is the biology of the cultural transfusion. The chemistry of the Eucharistic wine follows the mass conversion. As the Goths rhythmically partake in the Catholic sacrament, the biology of the shared belief hardens. This is the chemistry of the spiritual bonding. You feel the rhythmic certainty of a kingdom that is finally won. This is the mechanical stabilization of the realm. You understand that the Third Council of Toledo was the rhythmic closing of the Gothic era. This is the acoustic of the Amen. you realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is grounded in this moment of voluntary disappearance. By the end of this hour of conversion exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of sacred finality. You have seen the Gothic name rhythmically submerged in the holy water. You realize that the Goths are now the mechanical backbone of the Catholic West. You grip the gold cross around your neck, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the prayer beads, and you understand that the Visigothic soul is now encoded in the fast, rhythmic rituals of the Church. The acoustic of the organ pipe is the final mechanical signal, as the sound rhythmically echoes through the granite vaults of Toledo. You hear the sound of a people who have finally traded their tribal ghost for an eternal empire. This is the acoustic of the final assimilation. You realize that you are not looking at a religion. You are looking at the mechanical integration of the medieval Spanish identity to survive the year 654 AD. As a Goth, you must experience the final mechanical erasure of your legal identity. Under King Leovigild, the Visigothic kingdom achieves what the Roman Empire never could: a single, unified law code that applies to every inhabitant of the territory, regardless of bloodline. This is the Liber Judiciorum, the Book of Judges. This is the physics of the legislative homogenization. You are standing in the scriptorium of the royal palace, witnessing the systemic deletion of the distinction between Goth and Roman. The sensory transition is one of ink damp, vellum, and the dry scent of legal certainty. The first rhythm of the Liber Judiciorum is the physics of the ethnic leveling. For centuries, Goths lived under Gothic law and Romans under Roman law, mechanical duality that prevented a unified state. Leovigild rhythmically abolishes these separate tracks. This is the mechanical removal of the social friction. You see the law books rhythmically merging into a single volume. This is the mathematics of the legal consolidation. You feel the rhythmic steadying of the judicial system. This is the acoustic of the unified gavel. You realize that the Goth is no longer a separate class. He is rhythmically reduced to a subject of the crown. This is the biology of the civic equality. The second rhythm is the biology of the statutory personhood. The new law rhythmically redefines the individual based on their action rather than their ancestry. This is the chemistry of the social neutralization. You see Gothic lords and Roman merchants rhythmically standing before the same judge for the same crime. This is the mechanical integration of the justice machine. You feel the rhythmic pulse of the courtroom procedure. This is the acoustic of the procedural symmetrization. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is being resolved through documentary absorption. They are rhythmically vanishing into the Latin paragraph. The mechanical reality of the King as law follows the unification. The Liber Judiciorum rhythmically places the monarch at the center of the legal universe. This is the physics of the absolute centralization. You see the king rhythmically issuing interpretations that bind the entire peninsula. This is the mathematics of the sovereign will. You feel the rhythmic weight of the royal seal on the parchment. This is the chemistry of the political glue. You realize that the Gothic state is now a mechanical monolith, where blood has been rhythmically replaced by obedience. This is the acoustic of the stamped decree. The visual rhythm of the property transfers follows the legal shift because the Goths are now rhythmically equal to the Romans. The buying and selling of land becomes a mechanical exchange without ethnic restriction. This is the physics of the economic liquidity. You see Gothic estates rhythmically passing into Roman hands through legal contract. This is the chemistry of the wealth redistribution. You feel the rhythmic slide of the ownership deeds. This is the acoustic of the commercial transaction. You understand that the Gothic clan structure is rhythmically dissolving. This is the biology of the financial integration. The boring necessity of the legal archive follows the mass codification. To maintain this unified system, the Goths rhythmically build registries in every major city. This is the mechanical generation of the institutional memory. You see Gothic clerks rhythmically cataloging lawsuits and wills. This is the chemistry of the informational storage. You feel the rhythmic cramp in your writing hand. This is the acoustic of the scraping quill. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves accepting that your life is now rhythmically defined by state records rather than tribal songs. This is the physics of the literate transition. The acoustic of the courtroom debate is the final forensic signature of the 654 AD code. You hear the rhythmic exchange of legal arguments in fluent Latin between Gothic advocates and Roman jurisconsults. This is the acoustic of the intellectual synthesis. You realize that the Gothic language is rhythmically dead in the public sphere. This is the physics of the linguistic erasure. Your body is no longer a Germanic warrior. It is a Latinized legal subject. This is the biology of the cultural metamorphosis. The chemistry of the adrenaline plateau follows the legal stabilization. As the Goths rhythmically accept their new status as Iberian citizens, the warriors experience a systemic loss of tribal edge. This is the biology of the civilized decay. You feel the rhythmic softness of a life governed by rules rather than steel. This is the mechanical hardening of the status quo. You understand that the Liber Judiciorum was the rhythmic suicide of the Gothic identity. This is the acoustic of the closing book. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is grounded in this moment of paper death. By the end of this hour of legal exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of bureaucratic inevitability. You have seen the Gothic name rhythmically deleted from the law codes. You realize that the Goths are now the mechanical cogs of a universal Spanish state. You grip the parchment scroll, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the scribal precision, and you understand that the Visigothic destiny is now encoded in the fast, rhythmic writing of the common law. The acoustic of the palace silence is the final mechanical signal. As the sound rhythmically echoes through the halls of Toledo, you hear the sound of a people who have finally traded their shield for a pen. This is the acoustic of the final conversion. You realize that you are not looking at a code. You are looking at the mechanical erasure of the Gothic race. To survive the final decades of the 7th century as a Goth, you must experience the mechanical failure of the Iberian environment. The unexplained mystery of the Gothic collapse is often attributed solely to the Islamic invasion, but the forensic reality is a systemic biological attrition that occurred years before the first sail appeared on the horizon. Between 680 and 710 AD, the Iberian Peninsula was struck by a series of catastrophic droughts and plagues. This is the physics of the ecological exhaustion. You are standing in the withered wheat fields of the Meseta. The sensory transition is one of brittle desiccation and the metallic scent of stagnant death. The first rhythm of the environmental collapse is the physics of the hydrological failure. A multi-year shift in the Mediterranean climate rhythmically drains the groundwater of central Spain. This is the mechanical shutdown of the agricultural engine. You see the irrigation channels rhythmically cracking and turning to dust. This is the mathematics of the zero yield. You feel the rhythmic crunch of the dead stalks beneath your boots. This is the acoustic of the aridity. You realize that the Gothic state is no longer rhythmically fed by its land. This is the biology of the caloric deficit. Your modern body would vibrate with the rhythmic hunger of a nation that has exhausted its reserves. The second rhythm is the biology of the pathogenic surge. As the Gothic population is rhythmically weakened by starvation, the plague, likely a recurrence of the Justinian plague, rhythmically returns. This is the chemistry of the immune collapse. You see the Gothic nobles and peasants rhythmically falling to the buboes. This is the mechanical failure of the human infrastructure. You feel the rhythmic shudder of the funeral wagons. This is the acoustic of the mourning. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is being accelerated by a mass mortality event that rhythmically hollows out the kingdom. This is the physics of the demographic vaporization. The mechanical reality of the urban desertion follows the plague. To escape the infection cycles, the Gothic elite rhythmically abandon the cities of Toledo and Seville for their rural estates. This is the physics of the social fragmentation. You see the Roman-style administrative centers rhythmically falling into disrepair. This is the chemistry of the structural decay. You feel the rhythmic silence of the empty forums. This is the acoustic of the abandonment. You realize that the Gothic government is rhythmically losing its grip on the centralized mechanics of power. This is the biology of the institutional atrophy. The visual rhythm of the monetary debasement follows the economic crash. Because there is rhythmically no trade, the Gothic king, Ejuca or Witiza, rhythmically reduces the gold content of the Tremises. This is the chemistry of the fiscal desperation. You see the coins turning from bright yellow to a pale, sickly electrum. This is the physics of the value loss. You feel the rhythmic lightness of the currency in your palm. This is the acoustic of the economic instability. You understand that the Gothic power is rhythmically evaporating into symbolic worthlessness. This is the biology of the financial anemia. The boring necessity of the succession inertia follows the biological weakening. As the royal family is rhythmically thinned by plague and starvation, the Gothic nobles rhythmically turn on each other for the scraps of authority. This is the mechanical generation of the You see assassinations and crumbling alliances rhythmically paralyzing the state response. This is the chemistry of the political toxicity. You feel the rhythmic panic in the court. This is the acoustic of the shouting match. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves watching a sovereign machine rhythmically grind to a halt through internal friction. The acoustic of the dry wind is the final forensic signature of the pre-conquest era. You hear the rhythmic rattle of the empty grain sacks in the royal storehouses. This is the acoustic of the depletion. You realize that the Goths have rhythmically lost their kinetic potential. They are no longer the cavalry force of the Catalaunian Fields. They are a starving aristocracy clinging to a dead landscape. This is the physics of the stagnant resistance. Your body is a mechanical witness to the biological preparation for conquest. The chemistry of the adrenaline fatigue follows the chronic stress as the Goths rhythmically wait for a miracle that never comes. Their nervous systems experience a systemic burnout. This is the biology of the fatalistic stupor. You feel the rhythmic lethargy in your limbs. This is the mechanical hardening of the despair. You understand that the Great Famine was the rhythmic softening of the Iberian target. This is the acoustic of the weakened heartbeat. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is grounded in this moment of ecological surrender. By the end of this hour of famine exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of biological doom. You have seen the Gothic kingdom rhythmically hollowed out from the inside. You realize that the Goths are no longer the masters of Hispania. They are its ghost tenants. You grip the pale gold coin, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the impending collapse. And you understand that the Visigothic sovereignty is built on the fast, rhythmic drying of the Spanish earth. The acoustic of the dust storm is the final mechanical signal. As the sound rhythmically scours the walls of Toledo, you hear the sound of a world that is rhythmically ready to be swept away. This is the acoustic of the void. You realize that you are not looking at a crisis. You are looking at the mechanical completion of a civilizational life cycle to survive the year 711 AD. As a Goth, you must experience the final mechanical shattering of your sovereignty. The unexplained mystery of how a 300-year-old kingdom collapsed in a single week is found in the kinetic failure of the Gothic commander Tariq ibn Ziyad, crossing from Africa with a compact high-mobility force of Berbers and Arabs, strikes a Gothic state already rhythmically weakened by famine. You are standing on the banks of the Guadalete River in southern Spain. The sensory transition is one of blinding solar radiation and the oily scent of mast camel leather. The first rhythm of the Guadalete collision is the physics of the tactical mismatch. King Roderick rhythmically assembles a massive but brittle feudal levy. This is the mechanical mass of the outdated model. The Goths are weighted down by heavy armor and slow-moving supply trains, while the Islamic forces operate with high-velocity light cavalry. This is the mathematics of the kinetic agility. You feel the rhythmic weight as the two armies face each other across the river. This is the physics of the potential energy. You realize that the Goth is a heavy engine trying to catch a swarm. This is the acoustic of the clanking mail. The second rhythm is the biology of the internal treachery. At the height of the battle, the wings of the Gothic army, commanded by the sons of the previous king, Witiza, rhythmically withdraw from the field. This is the mechanical failure of the structural integrity. They believe that by allowing Roderick to fall, they can reclaim the throne. This is the chemistry of the political poison. You feel the rhythmic gap opening in the Gothic line. This is the physics of the support collapse. You watch as the Islamic cavalry rhythmically pours into this vacuum. This is the acoustic of the flank rupture. Your modern sense of loyalty would shatter at the rhythmic betrayal of a nation by its own princes. The mechanical reality of the king's disappearance follows the collapse. King Roderick's royal mount, a white horse, is found rhythmically mired in the river mud, but his body is never found. This is the physics of the forensic erasure. The command node of the Gothic state rhythmically vanishes in an instant. This is the chemistry of the administrative vacuum. Without a king, the Gothic machine rhythmically loses its ability to self-repair. This is the biology of the brain death. You realize that surviving is no longer about fighting. It is about mechanical flight. This is the acoustic of the splashing water. The visual rhythm of the urban cascade follows the battle. Tariq does not stop to besiege the cities. He rhythmically races toward Toledo. This is the physics of the momentum exploitation. Because the Gothic elite was rhythmically concentrated at Guadalete and killed, the cities have no mechanical defense. This is the mathematics of the systemic vulnerability. You see Toledo rhythmically opening its gates without a fight. This is the acoustic of the unlocking. You understand that the Visigothic kingdom is rhythmically evaporating because its structural backbone was snapped in a single day. The boring necessity of the treasure extraction follows the fall of the capital. The Islamic victors rhythmically seize the votive crowns and the Table of Solomon, the legendary Gothic treasure. This is the mechanical removal of the symbolic wealth. You see the gold and jewels rhythmically loaded onto mules for the march back to Damascus. This is the chemistry of the asset stripping. You feel the rhythmic hollowing of the palace. This is the acoustic of the empty hall. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves watching 3 centuries of status being rhythmically liquidated in a week. The acoustic of the call to prayer is the final forensic signature of the 711 AD shift. You hear the rhythmic adhan replacing the Latin chant in the Toledo sky. This is the acoustic of the religious displacement. You realize that the Gothic identity has rhythmically lost its sovereign space. This is the physics of the ideological replacement. Your body is no longer a master of Iberia. It is a subject unit in a new caliphate. This is the biology of the power shift. The chemistry of the adrenaline crash follows the total defeat. As the Gothic survivors rhythmically flee toward the Asturian mountains in the north, their bodies experience a systemic metabolic exhaustion. This is the biology of the refugee mode. You feel the rhythmic panic pulse in your chest. This is the mechanical vibration of the terror. You understand that the Guadalete collision was the rhythmic death of the Gothic state. This is the acoustic of the heavy SOB. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is moving into its final northern refuge. By the end of this hour of conquest exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of structural deletion. You have seen the Visigothic name rhythmically smashed in a single week. You realize that the Goths are now the mechanical fugitives of Europe. You grip the broken golden link of a royal crown, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the shattering. And you understand that the Gothic kingdom has died with the fast, rhythmic charge of the Islamic horsemen. The acoustic of the south wind is the final mechanical signal. As the sound rhythmically carries the news of the fall across the peninsula, you hear the sound of a world that is rhythmically resetting itself around a new faith. This is the acoustic of the Great Transition. You realize that you are not looking at a battle. You are looking at the mechanical erasure of the classical West in Spain. To survive the year 718 AD as a Goth, you must experience the mechanical contraction of your entire civilization into a single limestone fissure in the Picos de Europa. Following the Guadalete collision, the Gothic state is no longer a sprawling bureaucracy. It is a biological remnant clinging to the vertical geography of the north. Paleo, a former member of the Royal Guard, rhythmically gathers the survivors in the valley of Covadonga. This is the physics of the vertical refuge. You are standing at the mouth of a massive cave. The sensory transition is one of damp limestone and the mineral scent of cold spring water. The first rhythm of the Asturian resistance is the physics of the topographical asymmetry. The Islamic forces, accustomed to the sweeping maneuvers of the plains, find their mechanical advantage rhythmically neutralized by the narrow, steep gorges. This is the mechanical constraint of the terrain. You see the Gothic rebels rhythmically positioning themselves on the crags above the pathway. This is the mathematics of the gravitational advantage. You feel the rhythmic weight as the enemy calamitously funnels into the choke point. This is the acoustic of the echoing gorge. You realize that the Goth has rhythmically returned to the mountain warfare of his ancestors. The second rhythm is the biology of the desperation metabolism in the cave of Covadonga. There is no tax grain or Roman luxury. The Gothic survivors rhythmically consume wild nuts, honey, and goat milk. This is the chemistry of the survival ketosis. You see the Gothic noble rhythmically hardening his body against the high-altitude cold. This is the biology of the physiological toughening. You feel the rhythmic thrum of the small group cohesion. This is the mechanical strength of the insurgency. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is being refined into a concentrated warrior identity. The mechanical reality of the Battle of Covadonga 722 AD follows the buildup. As the Islamic expeditionary force rhythmically advances toward the cave, the Goths rhythmically release a volley of boulders and arrows from the heights. This is the physics of the potential to kinetic conversion. You see the Islamic ranks rhythmically breaking under the crushing impact of the stone. This is the mechanical disruption of the formation. You feel the rhythmic surge as Paleo leads the counterstrike from the cave mouth. This is the acoustic of the sudden onset. You realize that surviving is now about exploiting the pyramid. The visual rhythm of the cross as standard follows the victory. Paleo rhythmically replaces the imperial Roman standards with a simple wooden cross. This is the mechanical rebranding of the resistance. You see the Gothic warriors rhythmically vowing to retake the land. This is the chemistry of the ideological fuel. You feel the rhythmic heat of the new faith burning in the cold air. This is the acoustic of the religious war cry. You understand that the Gothic soul has rhythmically shifted from imperial governance to holy reconquista. This is the biology of the purpose rebirth, the boring necessity of the A6-sized mapping of the northern hideouts follows the stabilization, because you are operating in a restricted geographic space. Every mountain pass and hidden valley must be rhythmically catalogued for defense. This is the mechanical mapping of the redoubt. You see Paleo's scouts rhythmically marking escape routes on small parchment scraps. This is the physics of the spatial intelligence. You feel the rhythmic ache of the constant climbing. This is the acoustic of the heavy breathing on the slope. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves becoming a ghost of the Picos. The acoustic of the dripping stalactite is the final forensic signature of the Covadonga period. You hear the rhythmic plink of the water echoing in the darkness of the cave. This is the acoustic of the subterranean endurance. You realize that the Gothic name is rhythmically sheltered by the earth itself. This is the physics of the geological protection. Your body is no longer a subject of Toledo. It is a catalyst of the future Spain. This is the biology of the resilience. The chemistry of the adrenaline spark follows the tactical success. As the Goths rhythmically realize that they can defeat the peekaboo invaders in the mountains, their nervous systems experience a systemic reactivation. This is the biology of the hope response. You feel the rhythmic grip on your hilt. This is the mechanical reality of the defiance. You understand that the Asturian cave was the rhythmic crucible of the Gothic survival. This is the acoustic of the sharp breath. You realize that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is grounded in this moment of vertical defiance. By the end of this hour of cave exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of primal persistence. You have seen the Gothic identity rhythmically distilled into a small, deadly force. You realize that the Goths are now the mechanical seeds of the Reconquista. You grip the wooden cross your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the rough grain, and you understand that the Visigothic destiny is now encoded in the fast, rhythmic defense of the mountain gaps. The acoustic of the mountain wind is the final mechanical signal. As the sound rhythmically howls through the limestone gorges, you hear the sound of a nation that is rhythmically refusing to vanish. This is the acoustic of the resurrection. You realize that you are not looking at a defeat. You are looking at the mechanical birth of the kingdom of Asturias. To survive the mid-8th century as a Goth, you must experience the mechanical and biological submergence within the Umayyad Caliphate. While the Asturian rebels hold the mountains, the vast majority of the Gothic population remains in the south. These are the Mozarabs, Arabized Christians. This is the physics of the cultural permeability. You are standing in the markets of Cordoba. The sensory transition is one of dazzling geometry and the pungence of saffron and cumin. The air is vibrant, smelling of orange blossom, tanned leather, and the sugar heat of date palms. The first rhythm of the Mozarabic transition is the physics of the demi-contract. Under Islamic law, the Goths are rhythmically classified as protected people. This is the mechanical maintenance of the social stratum. You see the Gothic elders rhythmically paying the jizya poll tax to the Islamic governors. This is the mathematics of the legal subordination. You feel the rhythmic steadying of the social friction. This is the acoustic of the tax coin. You realize that the Goth is no longer the master. He is the secondary mechanical gear in a new imperial system. This is the biology of the societal layering. The second rhythm is the biology of the linguistic graft. Within a single generation, the Gothic nobility rhythmically adopts the Arabic language for trade and administration while retaining Latin for liturgy. This is the chemistry of the bilingual synthesis. You see Gothic youth rhythmically reciting Arabic poetry in the courtyards. This is the mechanical integration of the intellectual aesthetic. You feel the rhythmic shift in the neural wiring. This is the acoustic of the glottal stop. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is being processed through linguistic dilution. The mechanical reality of the Cordoban infrastructure follows the integration. The Goths rhythmically work alongside Arab engineers to expand the Roman aqueducts and irrigation wheels Noria. This is the physics of the hydraulic intensification. You see Gothic masons rhythmically carving the horseshoe arches of the Great Mosque. This is the mathematics of the structural evolution. You feel the rhythmic spray of the irrigation water. This is the chemistry of the agricultural boom. You realize that the Gothic hands are rhythmically building a golden age that no longer bears their name. This is the acoustic of the turning wheel. The visual rhythm of the ornamental concealment follows the artistic merger. The Goths rhythmically infuse their ancestral jewelry styles into the Islamic aniconic patterns. This is the physics of the aesthetic mutation. You see Gothic goldsmiths rhythmically hammering filigree that mimics Kufic script. This is the chemistry of the visual camouflage. You feel the rhythmic glow of the hybrid art. This is the acoustic of the polishing stone. You understand that the Gothic spirit is rhythmically hiding within the decorative geometry of Al-Andalus. This is the biology of the artistic mimicry. The boring necessity of the print bleeding A6 records follows the administrative reality. Because you are now operating within a complex caliphate, your legal contracts must be rhythmically precise to protect your property rights. This is the mechanical mapping of the Mozarabic status. You see Gothic lawyers rhythmically drafting a six-size deeds in Arabic script with Latin notations. This is the physics of the documentary survival. You feel the rhythmic scratch of the reed pen. This is the acoustic of the scribal adaptation. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves becoming a legal hybrid. The acoustic of the church bell and the muezzin is the final forensic signature of the Mozarabic period. You hear the rhythmic clanging of the Gothic bells interleaving with the call to prayer. This is the acoustic of the religious syncopation. You realize that the Gothic identity is rhythmically suspended between two worlds. This is the physics of the cultural equilibrium. Your body is no longer a Germanic unit. It is an Andalusi organism. This is the biology of the urban integration. The chemistry of the sugar crash follows the dietary shift. As the Goths rhythmically consume the new crops, dates, oranges, and sugarcane introduced by the Muslims, their metabolism experiences a systemic glucose shift. This is the biology of the nutritional transformation. You feel the rhythmic energy spike of the new diet. This is the mechanical refueling of the body. You understand that the Mozarabic transition was the rhythmic softening of the Gothic edge into the comfort of the Caliphate. This is the acoustic of the full stomach. By the end of this hour of submergence exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of synthesized identity. You have seen the Gothic name rhythmically dissolve into the colors of Cordoba. You realize that the Goths are now the mechanical substrate of the Islamic West. You grip the silk tunic, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the patterned weave, and you understand that the Visigothic heritage is now encoded in the fast, rhythmic flow of Islamic civilization. The acoustic of the patio fountain is the final mechanical signal. As the water rhythmically splashes against the marble, you hear the sound of a people who have finally found a new way to be lost. This is the acoustic of the permanent submersion. You realize that you are not looking at a conquest. You are looking at the mechanical birth of the Spanish-Arab hybrid to survive the late 8th century as a Goth. You must experience the mechanical radiation of your identity away from the fallen Iberian center, while the Mozarabs submerge and the Asturians resist. A third group, the intellectual and noble elite, rhythmically flees across the Pyrenees. This is the physics of the intellectual centrifuge. You are standing at the court of Charlemagne in Aachen. The sensory transition is one of cold stone and the sharp scent of northern pine. The air is frosty, smelling of heavy wool, tallow candles, and the ozone scent of mountain air. The first rhythm of the dispersal is the physics of the brain drain. The Visigothic kingdom was the most literate and legally advanced state in the West. When it collapsed, its scholars rhythmically carried their scrolls into the Frankish Empire. This is the mechanical export of the civilizational software. You see the Gothic scholar Theodulf of Orleans rhythmically reforming the Frankish education system. This is the mathematics of the Carolingian Renaissance. You feel the rhythmic steadying of the Latin script. This is the acoustic of the Carolingian minuscule. You realize that the Goth is no longer a king. He is the primary mechanical instructor of the future Europe. The second rhythm is the biology of the Septimanian buffer. The region of Septimania, southern France, remains a Gothic stronghold under Frankish protection. This is the chemistry of the territorial remnant. You see the Gothic families rhythmically re-establishing their estates along the Mediterranean coast. This is the mechanical maintenance of the aristocratic status. You feel the rhythmic persistence of the Gothic law in a Frankish world. This is the acoustic of the legal survival. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is being solved through regional preservation. The mechanical reality of the Byzantine Gothic refugee follows the dispersal toward the east. Some Gothic units rhythmically seek employment in the thematic armies of Constantinople. This is the physics of the mercenary reintegration. You see Gothic heavy cavalry rhythmically defending the Anatolian borders against the Caliphate. This is the mathematics of the tactical deployment. You feel the rhythmic jolt of the cataphract charge. This is the chemistry of the military professionalism. You realize that the Gothic steel is rhythmically supporting the imperial walls of the East. This is the acoustic of the iron clash. The visual rhythm of the manuscript migration follows the scholars. The Goths rhythmically copy their ancestral histories and law codes in the monasteries of France and Italy. This is the physics. You see the Gothic Ilimosan style rhythmically influencing the Frankish art. This is the chemistry of the aesthetic cross-pollination. You feel the rhythmic glow of the gold leaf. This is the acoustic of the turning page. You understand that the Gothic history is rhythmically saved by its ability to vanish into the library. This is the biology of the mimetic survival. The boring necessity of the A6-sized genealogies follows the elite displacement. To maintain their status in a foreign court, the Goths must rhythmically prove their lineage. Back to the kings of Toledo. This is the mechanical mapping of the blood legitimacy. You see Gothic exiles rhythmically drafting a 6-sized family trees on parchment scraps. This is the physics of the ancestral record. You feel the rhythmic ache of the displaced pride. This is the acoustic of the whispered title. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves becoming a genealogical ghost. The acoustic of the Northern liturgy is the final forensic signature of the diaspora. You hear the rhythmic drone of the Visigothic rite echoing in the chapels of Septimania. This is the acoustic of the ritual persistence. You realize that the Gothic Church is rhythmically resisting the uniformity of the Roman papacy. This is the physics of the ecclesiastical independence. Your body is no longer an Iberian citizen. It is a European influence. This is the biology of the cultural radiation. The chemistry of the cold climate adaptation follows the move to Aachen. As the Goths rhythmically adjust to the northern winters, their metabolism experiences a systemic caloric shift. This is the biology of the thermal recalibration. You feel the rhythmic shiver of the Germanic woods. This is the mechanical hardening of the frame. You understand that the great dispersal was the rhythmic scattering of the Gothic seed across the substrate of Europe. This is the acoustic of the shoveling snow. By the end of this hour of diaspora exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of distributed influence. You have seen the Gothic name rhythmically infuse the Carolingian world. You realize that the Goths are now the mechanical DNA of the medieval Renaissance. You grip the silver stylus, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the scribble force, and you understand that the Visigothic heritage is now encoded in the fast, rhythmic writing of the European future. The acoustic of the Aachen chimes is the final mechanical signal. As the sound rhythmically carries across the Frankish palace, you hear the sound of a people who have finally exchanged their kingdom for an intellectual empire. This is the acoustic of the invisible sovereignty. You realize that you are not looking at a refugee. You are looking at the mechanical architect of the Holy Roman Empire. To survive the final transition of the Gothic identity, you must experience the mechanical sublimation of a people into a myth. By the 9th and 10th centuries, the unexplained mystery of the Goths reaches its conclusion. They do not die out through violence, but through systemic integration. They become the ghost architecture of Europe. You are standing in the scriptorium of a monastery in the Asturias, watching a monk transcribe the Chronica Prophetica. The sensory transition is one of ancient dust and the metallic scent of historical rewriting. The air is stagnant, smelling of old glue, cold stone, and the ozone scent of mountain rain. The first rhythm of the final legacy is the physics of the Neo-Gothic myth. The kings of Epirus rhythmically claim to be the direct biological heirs of the kings of Toledo. This is the mechanical construction of the Reconquista legitimacy. You see the Gothic name being rhythmically injected into the foundational stories of Spain. This is the mathematics of the national heritage. You feel the rhythmic steadying of the political narrative. This is the acoustic of the royal lineage. You realize that the Goth is no longer a person. He is the primary mechanical anchor for the future Spanish state. This is the biology of the ancestral archetype. The second rhythm is the biology of the genetic disappearance, as the Gothic bloodline rhythmically merges with the Iberian and Frankish populations. The physical distinction of the Goth rhythmically vanishes. This is the chemistry of the molecular diffusion. You see the Germanic features rhythmically diluting into the Mediterranean spectrum. This is the mechanical integration of the European gene pool. You feel the rhythmic shift in the village faces. This is the acoustic of the shared heritage. You understand that the unexplained mystery of the lost Goths is being resolved through total biological success. They are everywhere because they are nowhere. Specific, the mechanical reality of the Gothic architecture follows the name. Centuries later, the term Gothic is rhythmically applied to the high-pointed arches and flying buttresses of Northern Europe. This is the physics of the terminological irony. The Goths never built these cathedrals, but their name rhythmically becomes the mechanical label for heavenly reach. You see the stonework rhythmically defying gravity. This is the mathematics of the structural tension. You feel the rhythmic vibration of the organ pipe. This is the acoustic of the architectural ghost. You realize that the Gothic name is rhythmically resonating through the limestone ribs of Europe. The visual rhythm of the Gothic script follows the legal archives. The Latin minuscule rhythmically evolves into the angular, black-letter script known as Gothic. This is the physics of the calligraphic hardening. You see the ink rhythmically forming dense, vertical lines. This is the chemistry of the visual texture. You feel the rhythmic scratch of the nib. This is the acoustic of the written authority. You understand that the Gothic identity is rhythmically trapped in the geometry of the page. This is the biology of the literacy. The boring necessity of the A6-sized print bleeding cartography follows the final mapping of the Gothic path. To understand the migration, you must rhythmically chart the borders where the Gothic name still lingers in. Place names like Catalonia, Gothalania, or Andalusia, Vandalusia. This is the mechanical mapping of the linguistic residue. You see the toponymic scars rhythmically marking the map. This is the physics of the geographic memory. You feel the rhythmic ache of the lost geography. This is the acoustic of the echoing name. You realize that surviving a day as a Goth involves recognizing your own ghost in the naming of the earth. The acoustic of the final silence is the final forensic signature. You hear the rhythmic hush of the archives closing over the Gothic record. This is the acoustic of the historical completion. You realize that the Gothic identity has rhythmically sublimated into the modern European mind. This is the physics of the cultural vaporization. Your body is no longer a tribal unit. It is the foundational cell of the Western world. This is the biology of the transcendence. The chemistry of the time dilation follows the end of the journey. As the Goths rhythmically exit the visible stage, the biology of the memory experiences a systemic mythologization. This is the biology of the legend formation. You feel the rhythmic pulse of a people who survive in the dreams of knights and kings. This is the mechanical hardening of the epic. You understand that the Gothic legacy was the rhythmic bridge between the ancient and the modern. This is the acoustic of the eternal return. By the end of this final hour of legacy exposure, you are vibrating with a sense of invisible presence. You have seen the Gothic name rhythmically permeate the entirety of the West. You realize that the Goths are now the mechanical subconscious of Europe. You grip the cold iron railing of a Gothic cathedral, your fingers twitching with the rhythm of the living history, and you understand that the Visigothic soul is now encoded in the fast, rhythmic life of the modern world. The acoustic of the bells of Europe is the final mechanical signal. As the sound rhythmically carries from Toledo to Aachen to London, you hear the sound of a people who have finally become the world they once invaded. This is the acoustic of the total integration. You realize that you are not looking at an end. You are looking at the mechanical infinity of the Gothic name.